the folks from Racer H2O here with us this weekend. They're going to be with us all season long. And I want to say hello to all the folks that are logging in out in the internet somewhere. They're just joining us this morning, and we're super happy to have them. We're here in the heart of Texas in Brady, getting ready to fire off our second race of the season. It's been 15 years since we raced boats on this water, and we're super excited to get that going here in just a moment. But right now, we're going to get our opening ceremonies taken care of, and I got Big Brother Mike here ready to get our invocation done. So if y'all could just turn your attention to him, I'd appreciate it.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for a beautiful day to come out here and do a little drag boat race. And Father, we thank you for the city of Brady, Lake Brady, and the Crawfish Festival crew that have included the drag boat races in this, all their hard work to make it possible. We thank you for the SDBA and their staff and all they do to put on these races. Lord, we thank you that we live in a country where we're free, and that's because of our military. Lord, without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, and wherever they may be today, Lord, in harm's way or not, you keep your hand of protection on them, you watch over them. All of our first responders, wherever they may be, you do the same. Lord, we thank you for our vendors and our sponsors that make it possible for us to come do a little drag boat racing. And Father, right now it's time to go do a little racing, and I have those 3 requests. Lord, we are looking for a loud day. Lord, we're looking for that fast day. But above all, Father, we're looking for the safe day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Mike. All right, here we go. We're going to fire off our national anthem, ladies and gents. So if you would please stand, rise, remove your hats. Got a couple of flags out there on our rescue boats, and I'm going to turn this thing over to Jordan Cox. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed, yet the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is race time in Brady, Texas, here at the Southern Drag Boat Association, and we are super excited. We're ready to get this thing going. Is that the first one? Yeah. First up, we're going to have a license pass. It's going to be a shakedown pass, rather, boat number 181. We're just waiting on rescue to let us know that the water is green, and then we're going to turn this boat loose, making a shakedown pass. I believe that's going to be Tim Ortiz driving the boat right now. Starter called for the lights, got about 20 seconds, 25 seconds on the countdown. You'll see him come out of here from left to right. The red buoys down there on the other end are the finish line for the 1,000-foot mark. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a while. Quick little shakedown pass there for the 181 machine. We got a couple of driver's tests and/or shakedown cruises that we're going to make real quick here this morning, and then we're going to move into the personal watercraft. Next up, got a Kevin Swatlowski making a license pass. Money well wasted. Oh, George Olson. Boat number 494. George Olson getting license in. He's actually the owner of the boat. Kevin been driving it last race. They're racing out of Conroe, Texas. George is out of Galveston, Texas, they tell me. Money well wasted, the name of this machine. Making a license pass this morning. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need you to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, be warming them up, be ready. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator, you're on deck, be geared up and ready. Stock eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, you're on deck. Grab your gear, get ready. Here we go, Steve Walls. That is a pro modified on a 5.6 index, running a Shakedown cruise. Not sure what happened, but the starter shut it down. We'll give it just a second and figure it out, but that's going to be Steve Walls, calls that one shaken, not stirred. Going to be a nice cool morning here in Brady. We're forecast to have a nice hot afternoon though, so we'll see how that goes. Had about a half an inch of rain out here on the course last night, and definitely cooled things off just a little bit. Made it nice. A little bit of a breeze. Either way, y'all know we're here for the Brady Crawfish Festival. That's what's going on this weekend. They got 3 live bands this weekend, tonight. Zach Webb Band going to be here. Jamie Bergeron and the Kickin' Cajuns. Ken Foe, all of those folks playing this weekend, tonight. They're bringing in 3,000 pounds of crawfish. We'll get him repositioned and then hopefully be able to make this run happen. And then we're going to move into personal watercraft. Stock eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Stock eliminator. I don't see any of them down there yet, but stock eliminator, need your boats to the ramp. Modified eliminator, we need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, need you geared up. Put the plug in the boat, make sure you got fuel. Get everything ready, you guys are on deck. Pro eliminator, quick eliminator, be thinking about it. You guys will be coming up after that. Don't forget to stop by the SDBA merchandise trailer. It's set up back here on the backside near the pavilion. Emily's hanging out over there just waiting to see y'all smiling faces. She's got all kinds of SDBA shirts, hoodies, blingy shirts, women's tank tops, lots of other stuff. I honestly don't have the full inventory. You'll need to come by and check it out if you want. But they also have some of our racers shirts over there. They've got shirts from Liquid Voodoo and Nitro Nuts. Both of those are Top Fuel Hydros. Little More Theramine, Pro Modified. Don't Blink, Pro Modified. Flat Nasty, Pro Comp Flat. Mutual Funds, Quick Eliminator. Chicks Dig It, Stock Eliminator, and Wild Thing, Pro Outlaw. They've got shirts from all of those racers up there at the SDBA merchandise trailer. So come on down. Or up, as the case may be, if you're down here by the water. All right, here we go. We're going to try this again. Steve Walls, shaken, not stirred. Boat number 007 making a shakedown pass. That is a Pro Modified. Normally runs on a 5.6 second index. Just down the road out of San Angelo, Texas. All right, I believe that's going to take care of all of our extracurricular activities for the morning. We may have one or two stragglers showing up here in just a minute, but we're going to move into first round of qualifying personal watercraft. We'll get those guys, got them kind of paired up already. We'll see what happens here. Let me get some numbers and I'll get that out to you. All right, here we go. Got our first pair of personal watercraft in the lanes. In the BW Construction Company left-hand lane is boat number 1469. That's going to be Colton Myler. He calls that one Stretch. Personal watercraft, these are a dial-in class, so they're going to come up and tell us what they think the boat will run. We're going to plug that into the computer, and then the computer takes care of the rest. He's dialed in at a 12.8. In the Outback Patio Furnishings right-hand lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway. Calls that one the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Petroflex Oil Field Services, Spring Creek Marine, where strangers become family, RV Repair Crew, R&B Wilson. Thank God for the safety, MS Matthews and Hawkins Battery, and he dialed in at a 10.8. So Colton Byler dialed in at a 1270. Get that out of my screen here real quick. There it is. He dialed in at a 12.8, ran a 12.78 with a 2. 12.78 with a 2 for a 56 mile an hour pass. 62 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Raven Broadway turns it red by 15 hundredths and then dialed in at a 10.8, ran at 11.33. First round of qualifying for personal watercraft is underway. All right, here goes our next set in the BW Construction Company left lane. Boat number 762 is going to be Delaney Head. Calls that boat Head Start. John Nodler, your driver, or your owner rather, dialed in at a 12.5. And in the Outback Patio Furnishings right-hand lane, boat number 004, they call that one Being Bad. That's Angelique Shaw. She's dialed in at a 13.3. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, final call to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, or excuse me, Modified Eliminator. Go ahead and bring those to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Eliminator, be on deck. You guys will be coming up shortly. All right, here we go. Angelique Shaw turns it red by 63 thousandths of a second, and then dialed in at a 13.3 and ran a little fast. Ran a 13.15 with a 6. 13.156. Delaney Head, 77 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 13.08. 13.08 with a 2 on a 12.5 dial in. That's good enough to give her the number 2 qualifying spot at the moment. And your next set in the left main, boat number 357 is Jacob Nodler. Long time coming, the name of the boat. Your winner at the last race in Marble Falls, sponsored by Mom and Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris, Clay, and everyone who's helped him along the way. He likes to dedicate this season to his uncle Tall Paul Bischoff. And in the right-hand lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn, doing time 2, the name of the machine. She's dialed in at a 10.43. Sponsored by Ted Sacco DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, S&E Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, Docks, and Boat Rescue. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, you guys should be warming up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator, you guys are on deck. You'll be up after that. All right, your next pair. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 117S, that's Brandon Lampar. Calls that one Megalodon. He's dialed in at a 13.5. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 238, Shelby Hudgens. Catch Me If You Can, the name of the machine. She's dialed in at a 14.8, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. All right, there we go. Brandon Lampar and Megalodon. Dialed in at a 13.5, ran a 13.94 with a 1. 91 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. And Shelby Hudgens in the right lane. 14.8 the dial in. She ran a 15.69 with a 7, 15.69 with a 1, excuse me, and a 5300th of a second reaction time. And here's how the personal watercraft qualifying looks after the first round. Number 1 qualifier is going to be Lynn Blackburn, Jacob Nodler, number 2, Brandon Lempar, number 3, Raven Broadway, number 4, Delaney Head, number 5, Shelby Hudgens, Colton Byler, and Angelie Shaw rounding out the 8. Modified eliminator, y'all are coming slow and we need you at the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, need you guys on deck, and top eliminator, need you guys warming up and ready to go. All right, here we go. First pair of stock eliminator. These guys also running on a dial-in. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane is going to be Dustin Peterson. Calls that boat Collusion. All the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico. Boat number 982. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 0647 is Carrick Snyder. Calls that one Young Gun. Dusty Peterson, 1.09. He was way on the wrong side of the decimal point there. And then dialed in a 9.1, ran a 9.7. Garrick Snyder on the other side, a little better, just under a half second for reaction time, and then dialed in a 9.22, ran a 9.49. I don't think either one of them ran as fast as they wanted. But it is the first pass of the weekend, so we'll see how it gets as we move a little further down the lanes. Here comes our next pair for stock eliminator. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary. He's dialed in at a 9.1, sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports, and special thanks to Rick Gordon. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It, dialed in at a 10.2. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. Modified eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Top eliminator, need you warmed up and ready to go. Pro eliminator, you guys are on deck. We did have a change in order, so Pro Outlaw, you guys will be coming up after Quick Eliminator. Just be paying attention. Pro Outlaw, we moved you guys up a couple. You'll come in after Quick Eliminator, so be ready. Stephen Russell, Harry Canary in the left lane. Zachary Watson and Chicks Dig It in the right. 3 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. Zachary Watson cut himself a light, 15 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. And then ran a 10.80 on a 10.2 dial-in. Stephen Russell, just about a quarter of a second to get off the line, dialed in at a 9.1, ran a 9.64 with an 8. Modified eliminator, this is your last call. Modified eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp, please. And then I need top eliminator to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, be warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, grab your gear. All right, here we go. Next pair of stock eliminators. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane is boat number 84. That's Don Toplift. Calls that one the Bullet. Dialed in at 11.5. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 877 is Justin Stewart. Calls that boat White Girl. Racing out of Austin, Texas. The boat started, but he didn't leave. Not sure what happened there. Like they're going to get a jet ski over there and get him towed out of the way. Tough luck for Justin. That's not the way they wanted the run to go. We need truck and trailer for boat number 877. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 877. Back to the in-ramp. Here comes your next pair for stock eliminator. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane is Megan Warren. Calls that boat Capital Punishment, boat number 169. She's dialed in at a 9 flat. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Calls that boat Do It Again, Doolin, out of Kingsland, Texas. Thanks to his crew, Rhonda, Adam, Karen. Special thanks to Greg and Dave at Lake LBJ Real Estate. And he's dialed in at a 10.5. So Megan Warren dialed in a 9 flat, ran a 956 with a 3. 956 with a 3, 32 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Walter Doolin had some trouble, almost 4 seconds just to get off the line. And then dialed in a 10.5 and ran a 10.26 with a 9. That is not the run they wanted, I'm sure. And we'll see what they do with that. All right, your next pair for stock eliminator. Excuse me, in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 1776. They call that one American Pride. That is Ricky Brooks. Been working on the boat for 3 years, hoping to get it dialed in and take the W. Sponsored by Cool Creations, Boat Docks, Winners Race Engines, Central Texas Jets, and his tuner is Mickey Harlow. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane is Blackie Bame. Calls that one Blackie's Magic, boat number 746. He's dialed in at a 10-3. So Blackie Bame dialed in at a 10-3, ran a 10.55 with a 7, 23 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. And that'll make him the number one qualifier. That was a beautiful run. Ricky Brooks, first pass of the weekend, turns it red by 13. That won't matter. And then dialed in a 9 flat, ran a 9.69 with a 1. All right, that's going to move us into modified eliminator. Top eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator should be warming up, ready to go. Quick eliminator should be on deck. Pro outlaw and pro jet, you guys will be coming up after that, so be ready. Top eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. First up, we're going to have a single. That one's going to be in the winner's family beef right-hand lane. Modified eliminator now, running on an 8-second index. That's going to be Lane McDonald. He's driving for Randy and S.A. Watson. Calls the boat High Voltage. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee Caitlin all helping him out. Lane McDonald, your first modified eliminator. 3 seconds to go. Top eliminator, need your boats at the end ramp. Lane McDonald turns it red by 26 hundredths of a second. And then ran an 8.08 with a 4. 8.08 with a 4 on an 8-second index, 93 mile an hour pass. Top eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, we need you at the in-ramp. Pro eliminator should be warmed up. Top eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. All right, I guess we had a few more stock eliminators lined up down there, so we're going to run them real quick. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock, racing for Al Kirshner. He calls the boat Plum Crazy, sponsored by Rodney Blackstock, or rather Rodney Blackstock driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner, racing in memory of Max Davis. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 877 is Justin Stewart, White Girl. He's trying again. Rodney Blackstock dialed in at a 9 flat, ran an 8.94 with a 4. 8.94 with a 4 and turned it red at the start line. Justin Stewart, 1.2 seconds to get off the line, and then ran a 9.53 with a 4 on a 9-second index, and that'll leave him in the number 11. Or excuse me, that'll be good enough to put him in the number 3 qualifying spot. All right, now we got a pair of modified eliminators. Back to that 8-second index in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill. Left-hand lane, boat number 239 is going to be Greg Conley. Calls that boat Thunder and Lightning. It's a TX-18 Youngblood powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Cars Restoration, RK Renko Industries, and Pumps by Chop. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. Calls that one in too deep. Racing out of Buckholz, Texas, sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer, looking pretty decals, and thanks to his wife and kids for all their help. 8 seconds is on the index, and there's 5 seconds left on the countdown. So Greg Conley, 2.34 seconds, way on the wrong side of the decimal point, and then ran a 9.401. Just didn't look like he was very happy with that thing all the way down. Andrew Decker had a little bit better run, 1:19 for a reaction time, and ran an 8.106 on an 8-second index, and that'll put him in the number 2 qualifying spot. 92-mile-an-hour pass. Y'all may or may not know, but we are live streaming our races all season long this season, thanks to Racer H2O. Jared and his crew been here all day working hard, getting everything set up. You see all these cameras kind of along the lanes. Here they are right there. I want to say a big thank you to them and a huge hello to all the folks out there in internet land that are dialing in and watching the races today. Top Eliminator, you guys should be at the end-ramp. Top Eliminator should be at the end-ramp. Pro Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. And Quick Eliminator, you guys should be geared up and ready. I will be calling you shortly. Pro Outlaw, you guys got moved up. You'll be right after Quick Eliminator. And then we'll go Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, Pro Modified, Top Alcohol Hydro, and Top Fuel Hydro. Top Eliminator is going to be your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call. Pro Eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, final call. Pro Eliminator, need you to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Outlaw, you guys are on deck. All right, we got ourselves another pair of modified eliminators in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill. Left-hand lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder, calls that one Big Iron. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. and the Outlaw. Here they go. Jesse James Jr. had a beautiful run, 23 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, and ran an 8.12 on an 8-second index for a 94.4-mile-an-hour pass. Grant Snyder, also a good run, but not what he wanted, that's for sure. On an 8-second index, ran a 10.52, and just over a quarter of a second left behind for a reaction time. They'll go back and take a look at that and see what happened, because that's not the run they wanted for sure. All right, Pro Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, you guys should be warming up and getting ready. Pro Outlaw, you guys are up after that. Be ready. All right, now we got James Kemp, boat number 157. He's going to be in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. He calls that one Side Chick. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. Modified eliminator. Going to be looking for an 8-second index. Here we go. I was looking for 8 and ran just a little bit fast. Ran a 798 with an 8 for a 97 mile an hour pass. And that did not help him. He ended up in the number 6 qualifying spot. So here's the way modified eliminator looks right now. Lane McDonald, your number 1 qualifier. Andrew Decker, number 2. Jesse James Jr. in 3. Greg Conley, Grant Snyder, James Kemp, Tyler Bame, and Stephen Walls. And we haven't even seen those 2. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, you guys are on deck. All right, moving into top eliminator now on a 7-second index. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane is boat number 405. That is Matt Miller, all the way over from El Reno, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Miller Time. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water. And thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel. And in the Winners Family Beef, right-hand lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. Racing for Jim Burns out of Midland, Texas. They call that boat Texas High Risk. That is a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Special thanks going out to Bethany and Daniel, Lindley, Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, and the entire crew for always helping and support. 7 seconds is the index. And there's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Well, they both jumped early and turned it red, but that won't matter right now. Kevin Conklin on a 7-second index ran a 7:05 with an 8. 7:05 with an 8 for a 111 mile an hour pass. Matt Miller on the other side running a little bit slow, ran a 7:34, 108 mile an hour pass. That'll be good enough to put him number 2, but since there's only been 2 boats, I don't think that'll hold. And we'll see how it goes. Next up, in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, excuse me, left-hand lane, going to be boat number 050. That is Bob Winder, racing out of Lake Hills, Texas, calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet, just licensed into this class in Marble Falls 2 weeks ago. Calls the boat Vanishing Breed. Racing out of Dallas, Texas, thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz Racing for the Davises. His mentor and family, Jerry and Nancy and Max Racing in Heaven. You will all be missed. Bob Winder turns it red by over 7/10 of a second, and then ran a 7:09 with a 7, and that'll put him in the number 2 qualifying spot, 106-mile-an-hour pass. Ashley Winslet, 3/10 of a second for reaction time, ran a 7:23 with a 1, 7:23 with a 107-mile-an-hour pass, and she's now the number 3 qualifier. Pro Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you guys warmed up. Pro Outlaw, grab your gear and be ready. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Next up for first round of qualifying, top eliminator on a 7-second index, racing out of Tyler, Texas. It's going to be Jerry Branham, calls that boat Back in Black, boat number 715. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. Winner of the SDBA Nationals at Wild Horse for 2021. Oh, looks like we're going to add... It's going to be Dawson Dickerson, Dad's Pocketbook, the name of the machine, boat number 789. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and Swats Speed and Marine. Yep, that'll get it done. Jerry Branham, 1800ths of a second for reaction time, ran a 7:09 with a 6 at 109 miles an hour, and that'll be good enough to move him into the number 2 qualifying spot. Dawson Dickerson on the other side, 0.6 of a second for reaction time, and then ran a little fast on a 7-second index, ran a 6:63 with a 1 for a 108-mile-an-hour pass, and that'll put him in the number 6 qualifying spot. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, go ahead and start bringing them. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Jet, you guys will be up after that, so be ready. Quick Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, warm them up, get ready. Pro Jet, grab your gear. One last top eliminator in the winner's family beef right-hand lane. Boat number 494 is George Olson. Racing out of Galveston, Texas. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted. And actually, I believe that is going to be another license pass. So a couple of license passes real quick. We'll get those taken care of. George Olson. Money Well Wasted, the name of the machine. Okay, so I believe they tell me George will get his license out of that one. 726 with a 1. So that'll count as a qualifying pass now. He did turn it red by over 0.7 of a second. Won't hurt him in qualifying, but he'll need to get a handle on it before tomorrow, that's for sure. All right. This will be a half-track license pass. It's going to be Circe Elrod. Calls the boat Obsession, boat number 191, looking to license into Pro Eliminator out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. All right, so he did what he was supposed to do, made a nice little half-track pass. Our officials were watching and making notes. And I assume that they will bring him back down and have him do a full track pass here in just a bit. And if he can make it run within the numbers and stay where he needs to be in the lanes, he'll get a license and then move on into competition today. Quick Eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Jet, need you guys to grab your gear, make sure there's fuel in the boat. Get yourselves ready. Hey, all you folks out there at H2O.com, or Racer H2O, sorry. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com. RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
All right, welcome back to our Racer H2O, folks. Thanks for coming back with us. If you're just joining us, we are up to Pro Eliminator in the first round of qualifying. We should be putting those on the lane here shortly, and also Quick Eliminator. We're about halfway through the program for the first round. Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, Pro Modified, Top Alcohol Hydro, and Top Fuel Hydro still to come. So let me tell y'all just a little bit about our course and how this all set up and works here. So you see the first set of buoys, or the red buoys down there on the very end. That is the finish line for the 1,000-foot course. And it's interesting that they, it used to be a quarter mile, 13:20, the whole deal. And as the boats got faster and faster, people started getting more and more nervous. And they've actually done this throughout all of drag boat racing and almost all of regular, land drags, where they've cut the faster boats down to 1,000 feet. So we ended up cutting everything down to 1,000 feet to make sure that we can keep everybody as safe as possible. We're still getting some amazing times out of these machines. You'll see some 200-mile-an-hour passes this afternoon. The blue buoys out there is the, 875, and that's going to be the finish line for Top Fuel Hydro. That's as far as they run. And they'll still be well over 200 miles an hour by the time they get to there. So that's a whole lot of fun to watch. Down here on the other end, you see the little barge out there with the canopy on it. That's Gary. Gary, I don't know if you can hear me out there. Give a big wave. There he is. He's our starting official. He's the man in charge of this entire operation, let me tell you. Nothing happens until he says so. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. This is your final call. Quick Eliminator, final call for first round of qualifying. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, Start warming them up. Get ready. Pro Comp Flat. You guys are on deck. Quick Eliminator. This is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw. Go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Jet. Need you guys warmed up and ready to go. All right. Getting back to our program. So you see this little barge out here in the middle with the lights on it. That's your starting tree, just like any other drag race. We do things just a little bit different on the water. It's a little hard to do a standing start. So these guys will be holding onto a holding rope down there at the other side. And when it's time to go, the racer or the starting official, Gary, out there will tell us, go ahead and make the course yellow. And when we do, they'll get yellow flashing lights. That'll flash for 25 seconds. And then they'll get a solid yellow for 5. During that time frame, whatever plate they want to be in there, they need to make sure they're seated in the seat. Everything's ready to go. Get the motor running. And then they get a countdown that goes from 9 to 0 in half-second increments. And they need to know what number in that countdown they need to leave that holding rope on in order to have the nose of the boat even with the start line and not red light or get there too late. Get there too late, probably going to lose. Get there too early, you're going to lose. One of those two things will hurt you, so you want to get there close. And then they just run it down. It's all about horsepower at that point. We talked earlier, I had some dial-in classes this morning. We had personal watercraft and stock eliminator, which both run on a dial. We have one more dial-in class. I'm not sure. I'll get to that in a minute. But they basically come up, they tell us what they think the boat will run. It's really kind of interesting because you could have a 12 or 13 second machine racing against a 10-second machine or a 9-second machine. So sometimes there's 3 or 4 seconds difference between those boats. And so the computer will build in that head start. So you'll see the slower boat, the one that's dialed in, let's just say at 13, will leave earlier than the boat that's dialed in at 10. So then it's up to the 10 racer, that's the fun part, is not to red light, because it's really hard to sit there and watch your competition's tail light, so to speak, as they head to the other course. And you want to get caught up to them before you get to the other end. So the first order of business is don't red light. The second order of business is get to the other end before the other guy does. So there you go. That's how the dial-in classes work. Right now we're in index classes, so these guys have a specific index. In this case, we should be moving into Pro Eliminator, running on a 6.5. So they'll have a 6.5 second index. They need to get there in 6.5 or less. If they get there faster, they break out. Today that won't hurt them, although it will affect their pairing in the qualifying order. But tomorrow it will potentially cause an elimination if you break out, if you go faster than your index. If you go too slow, obviously you get beat at the other end as well. So that's the way that all works. Give a couple of other big shout outs out here. You can see one of them down here by the start line and the other one down there by the finish line. Those are our 2 rescue boats. There are EMTs on those boats. There's firefighters. There's divers. Those guys are set up to handle just about anything that might occur. This one that's making a quick run down to the other end is another one of our rescue boats. They kind of keep that one for any heavy lifting, just in case. But he's headed down to the out ramp. Actually, they're going to do some work on the holding rope down there and make sure they get that thing squared away. So that's where they're headed right now. And I see them pulling some more of our machines out on the water. So we're about to get back to the action here very shortly. And the last thing that I did not talk about a while ago, and I should have, I guess, is our scoreboard, which is over there on the other side up against the island or whatever that is. I'm not sure whether it's an island or just a point. But either way, on the opposite side of the course over there is our scoreboard. You should see the index once we get a boat in the lane and we get them into the computer. And then once they start, you should see their reaction time. That should pop up on there. And then at the end, you'll see the ET and the mile per hour. Those will rotate through. And then once we get to elimination tomorrow, you should see a flashing light over there that'll tell you which lane won. So really, I'm just sort of superfluous at this point. You could get everything you need from over there. But I'll be right here to help guide you through all of it as we go. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, go ahead and start bringing them. Pro Jet, we need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, we need you guys warmed up. And then Pro Modified, need you guys to start grabbing your gear and getting ready. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Jet, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need you to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. And then Pro Modified. You guys need to be grabbing your gear. Make sure you got fuel. Make sure the plug's in the boat. Let's get ready to go. Top alcohol hydro, top fuel hydro. You guys will be coming up after that. All right, looks like we're going to have a couple of quick eliminators in the lanes. These guys are running on a 6-second index, about 2,500 horsepower per machine in the lanes right now, someplace in that neighborhood. And your first pair looks like this. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard. Racing out of San Angelo, Texas, calls the boat Texas Red. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick. Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, and special thanks to his crew chief, Terry Marshall, his family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Bruce and Sella Hodges. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 505 is Brody Martin. He calls that boat in the red. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, Jasper Engines, Cornwell Tools. Also thanks to Misty and Jason Salisbury for making this possible and dedicating this race to James Salisbury. Quick eliminator now, running on a 6-second index. So if you're flying the drone, we need you to park that thing, please. You do not have authorization to fly it, and we cannot have it flying while we're racing. So if you're the one flying the drone, we need you to please land it, put it away. If you're flying the drone, we need you to land it and put it away, please. You can hear some of the boats back there warming up, getting themselves ready. We're just waiting on our officials. We got, like I said, we got rescue, Gary, all those folks responsible for making sure that the water is as safe as possible before we turn these guys loose. All right, starter says let's go yellow. So we got about 30 seconds on the countdown. They'll get that 25-second flashing yellow, and then it'll go solid for 5, and then that countdown from 9 to 0 in half-second increments. And then here they come. Jason Gothard, Texas Red in the left lane. Brody Martin in the red on the right. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. There we go, in the left lane, Jason Goddard, 51 hundredths of a second for reaction time. He ran a 6:03 with a 4 for 145 mile an hour pass. Brody Martin on the other side, 48 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 7:03 with a 5, 134 mile an hour pass. And there's your number 1, number 2 qualifiers. Of course, number 1 and number 2 boats. All right, next up. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 907. They call that one Red Witch. That's going to be Bill Miller out of Taylor, Texas. Sponsored by Gumby Performance. Thanks to Joey Wittenberg. He's driving for Philip Kirkland out of Garland, Texas. And in the Winners Family Beef, right-hand lane, boat number 017 is Robert Anderson. Calls the boat Mutual Funds. Racing out of Huffman, Texas, sponsored by Miller Excavation. SG Lithium Batteries, Hobbs Manufactured Homes, B&D Waterland, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Mike Gruby Repair Services, Mike Miller Racing Engines. 6 seconds on the index, 5 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. That was a couple of beautiful, beautiful runs right there. 6:2:02 for Bill Miller. 6:2:02 for 135 mile an hour pass. Robert Anderson on the other side ran a 6:21 with a 7. 6:21 with a 7, 15 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and they will be your number 3 and number 4 qualifiers. I don't know if they're doing pit access. I'm assuming they are. But if you get the opportunity, all of these boats are absolutely amazing to look at. There's some beautiful machines out here. But the one over there in the left lane, that's Larry Flotas. Just an absolutely amazing paint job. Ken Jenkins on the right side also has an amazing paint job. Flames coming all the way back from the front. So here's the way this looks. In the Locker Bar and Grill, Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flotas. Calls the boat Hydroclimatic, racing out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines. Pine Top Construction. His wife, Kim Flores, a special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys, the Body Works, and the good Lord above for all their help. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls that boat through the fire. 6 seconds on the index. 20 seconds on the countdown. Yes, sir. That's the way it's supposed to look. Larry Flotas, 33 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 6:3:01. 6:30 with a 1. 136 mile an hour pass. Ken Jenkins turns it red by 38 thousandths of a second and ran a 6:1:09 for a 144 mile an hour pass. Pro Jet needs your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet, if you're not already there, you're running late. Pro Com Flat, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. I'll be calling you to lane shortly. Pro Modified, you guys need to be geared up, fueled up, and ready to go. You're on deck. I'll be calling you very soon. All right, so we got one more. One more quick eliminator. That's going to be Kevin Snyder. He's in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 657. He calls that one 6 to midnight. Driving for Mickey Snyder. Moved up to quick eliminator, I believe, last 2 weeks ago in Marble Falls. "15 seconds on the countdown. Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight. I don't know that was exactly the run he wanted. He got off the line at 42 thousandths of a second, but then ran a 6:59 with a 9. So we'll see what they do with that. 119 mile an hour pass. Y'all see these capsule boats getting ready out here? Whew, gonna be fun. The cool thing is, if you're shooting video, these guys make it a whole lot easier for you, because really, when you see those capsules close, that's when it's time to hit the record button. Otherwise, you're here waiting. I know, because I've done it. But, yeah, these guys, it's easier. ProJet, you guys should already be at the in-ramp by now. ProJet should be at the in-ramp. ProComp Flat, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Modified, you guys are on deck. ProJet, if you guys are not already at the in-ramp, y'all are running way late. Need you to get there. ProComp Flat, be warmed up, geared up, ready to go. We'll be calling you to the lanes very, very quickly. Pro Modified. Make sure you got fuel in the boat, plugs in the back. Everything's ready to go. You guys are on deck. ProJet, this is your final call. ProJet, your final call to the in-ramp. ProComp Flat, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. ProComp Flat, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, need you guys to warm up and be ready. ProComp Flat, need you guys to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. All right, here we go. We got our first pair of Pro Outlaws in the lanes. These guys are running on a 5.2 second index. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress out of Burleson, Texas. Calls that boat Bad Influence, little green machine out there. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. He calls that one Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. So real quick, while I got an opportunity, we're actually working on a little snafu down there at the out ramp, so we're going to get that squared away here shortly. But I want to take just a second and thank our sponsors, making it possible for us to be out here for the Brady Crawfish Festival and the second race of our season. I want to thank the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, Winners Family Beef, ZB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Jimmy's Septic Service, Dodco Construction, and JK Awards. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Brady Crawfish Festival. And we are super grateful for their help and support. So if you want to know more about the Southern Drag Boat Association and maybe keep track of our schedule and whatnot, you can find us at sdbaracing.com on the World Wide Web, sdbaracing.com. You can also follow us on Facebook, which is actually probably the best place to get real quick information. You can look for SDBA or Southern Drag Boat Association. Either one of those will get you to our site, and then all you got to do is just click that like button and follow us just a little bit, and we'll get you some information. There's stuff still posting on a regular basis. And then, like I said, our schedule, point standings, all of that stuff available on our website, which is SDBARacing.com, SDBARacing.com. All right, you folks that are down there on the other end of the course down there, we need y'all to come up onto the grass and not down on the rocks, please, to watch the races. We appreciate it. Check your alarm on your phone, your car, too. That might be you. There we go. Yeah, we need you guys up off of those rocks, please, and up on the grass. We'd appreciate it. It's all about safety. If one of these boats got away from us, there's no way we could get you out of the way in time. So we just need to keep you safe. Oh, here we go. First pair, Cody Childress, bad influence in the left lane. Bill Wire, and alcoholic behavior in the right. Pro Outlaw, running on a 5.2 second index. Watch those capsules. When they close, it's go time. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. There we go. Cody Childress off the line, 34 thousandths of a second. Ran a 5:26 with a 9, 5:26 with a 9 on a 5.2 index at 169 mile an hour. Bill Wire on the other side, 5:32 with a 7, but he hit 172 mile an hour. There you go. First pair of Pro Outlaws. Next up in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 765. That's going to be Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. He calls that boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad out of Odessa, Texas. Calls that one Wild Thing, sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. Hey guys, in the pits, listen up real quick. Tyler Bame and the Slippery Pickle crew looking for a 11:30 seconds intake valve, 2.300 by 5.500 OAL. If you got one of those, go by and see Tyler and his crew. They could sure use some help. It's an 11:30 seconds intake valve, 2.3 by 5.5 OAL. If you got one, please come help them out. So if you look down here, you'll see what the issue is. One of the boats shut down there in the shutdown area, which is where they're supposed to be. Got our jet ski going to pull him out of there and get him to the in-ramp, or the out-ramp rather. So that's the delay. Once we get him cleared and rescue says he's clear enough that we can run, we'll turn this next pair loose. Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, we need you guys at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, I need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Mod, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, time to get them wet. Pro Modified, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, bring them to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, need you guys to start getting ready for round 2. Personal Watercraft, start warming them up, get ready for round 2. Stock Eliminator, you guys need to be on deck. You'll be coming up after that. Pro Comp Flat, this is your final call. Pro Modified, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, start warming them up, get ready. Stock Eliminator, you're on deck. All right, so we're still working on clearing up that little mess at the out ramp. We'll have that taken care of here shortly, and then we're towing Rick Blethroad to the out ramp. So once we get him clear of the shutdown area, and then rescue will give the blessing for the water and say it looks good. Once they do, Gary will make a call from this other end, and we'll get things ready to go. And I'm sorry, that was Bill Wire. Rick Blethroad hadn't even run yet. I was looking at the wrong computer screen. Also want to welcome our anybody that's just joining in on Racer H2O. We're glad you had the opportunity to join us today. If you're just joining us, we're actually right in the midst of Pro Outlaw, and we're getting ready to run those. Gus Ward, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, boat number 765 is in the left lane. Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing is in the right. And we got 15 seconds on the countdown. I don't know if you saw that Wild Thing boat as it came through, but he's got a couple of huge blowers back there, and something popped real well. Turbos, not blowers, sorry. Either way, he jumped and turned it red by 61 thousandths of a second. Hopefully everything's all right out there. I see the capsule open. We'll get a jet ski over there and check on him, get him towed out of the way. And back to the trailer, and hopefully nothing bad happened. 551 with an 8 on a 5.2. And that'll put him in the number 3 qualifying spot. Gus Ward on the other side, 54 thousandths of a second for reaction time, and ran a 6.16 with a 7. 6.16 with a 7, a little faster than the 5.2, or a little slower than the 5.2 he needed. So, and then just a quick announcement real quick. We did get the drone thing figured out, by the way. That drone actually being flown by the media from here in Brady, getting some aerial footage and stuff. So if you see it again, it's actually legal. He's cleared and ready to go. We got both boats shut down out there, so we'll get a couple of jet skis out there, get them towed back. Hopefully nothing major. I heard them both popping there right at the very end. So hopefully that turns out to be something super simple. super quick, let me run through our sponsors one more time while we got a little bit of a delay here. We want to thank The Locker Sports Bar and Grill, Winners Family Beef, ZB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Jimmy's Septic Service, Dodco Construction, and JK Awards. All those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown here at Lake Brady. We're super appreciative. Don't forget, they're going to have live music tonight. Zach Webb Band, Jamie Bergeron and Kickin' Cajuns, and Kinfo will all be playing tonight. And if you're just joining us, you may have heard me say this a couple of times, but it's been 15 years since we raced here in Brady, and we're super excited to be here, and we're super excited to see all of y'all's faces here. It's absolutely amazing to see the turnout we've got. Today, we are running through qualifying. We are almost through round one, and then we're going to bring them back around for round two. We're going to get 3 rounds in as long as the weather cooperates, and right now it looks like it's going to be absolutely amazing. So we'll see what happens, but we are supposed to have maybe some winds picking up this afternoon. So we'll see how that works out for us, but hopefully everything is going to work good. Tomorrow will be eliminations. We're going to bring them around, send them home one at a time. That's the way that's going to work. Also, if you happen to get out here early in the morning, come on out. Trinity Racing Ministries is going to put on a non-denominational chapel service right back here at the pavilion. Pastor Mike and his crew always does an amazing job, and they'll have that set up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning right here on the pavilion. So be sure and join us for that. It's always a good service. Okay, here we go. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 777. That is Mr. Eric Dement. And Real Bad Boy is the name of the machine. Out of Luling, Texas. In the Winners Family Beef, right-hand lane, boat number 777S. That's going to be Steve Carter. He calls that one Money for Nothing. 5.2 seconds, the index. Here we go. Yeah, Eric Dement, 24 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and ran a 596 with an 8. 596 with an 849 mile an hour pass. On the other side, Steve Carter ran a 532 with a 6 for 169 mile an hour pass. Turns it red by 27 hundredths of a second. All right, now we're going to be moving to Pro Jet. Pro Modified, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Modified should be at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. Stock Eliminator, start being on deck for round 2. So. It's all good. All right, so I believe we are done now with Pro Outlaw. There's no more capsules up there, so I'm pretty sure that is the truth. And we're going to deal now with Pro Jet and then Pro Comp Flat. All right, so in the left lane, boat number 060 is going to be Ray Males. Big Daddy Ray Males out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, calls the boat Blue Thunder. Sponsored by Landing Zone, Booger Reds, Ghost Rider Saloon, the Country Club, Dr. Feelgood. Special thanks to Mama Cheryl, his crew, the Henson Racing Engines. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 419, that's going to be Pat Hobbs, Manufactured Money. Sponsored by Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Morgan & Sons Racing. Ray Males had an issue. It did not go. That is not what you want to see, but we'll get checked on him real quick, make sure he's good. Pat Hobbs on the other side, 0.17 of a second for his reaction time. And then ran a 4.82 with an 8. These guys only race to the yellow buoys, the 800-foot mark, and it is a straight-up, heads-up race. No dial-in, no index. First to finish wins. That's the way Pro Jet works. Pat Hobbs had a 131-mile-an-hour pass, by the way. Not sure what happened with Ray Males, but it looks like we're going to need his truck and trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Boat number 060. Hang on just 1 second. Let me see which way they turn here. All right, need Ray Males, truck and trailer to the in-ramp, please. Boat number 060, Ray Males, we need that truck and trailer back to the in-ramp, please. Need truck and trailer for boat number 060, Ray Males, back to the in-ramp, please. And we got one more Pro Jet, going to be in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 987. Jeremy Dickerson out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, calls the boat Can't Quit. He'll be running in the right lane. And again, like I said, they run to the 800 mark. So the yellow buoys out there are the finish line for these guys, and it's a heads-up race. So no index, no limit, just hit it hard, and be the first guy to cross the line without redlining, and you're good to go. Pro Modified, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Modified should be at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. I'll be calling you shortly. Stock Eliminator. Grab your gear, put fuel in the boat, make sure the plug's in. You guys are on deck. After that, it'll be Modified Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator, Pro Outlaw, and then we'll be right back to Pro Jet for second round. All right. Gary says, let's go yellow. So we got 27 seconds on the countdown. Jeremy Dickerson, Can't Quit. The name of the boat, Pro Jet. Racing out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. And then we're going to move to Pro Comp Flat. Those guys are a whole lot of fun to watch. Turns it red by 7/100ths of a second, but then he ran a 473 for 126 mile an hour pass. And that's going to do it for Pro Jet. Only got 3 on the property, I believe. And we'll be moving to Pro Comp Flat. So you see these guys out here. Every one of those is a flat bottom boat. So you'll see lots of different hulls, and I'll talk a little bit about more of them as we get into as we get back around. But these are all flat bottom hulls, so there's nothing down there keeping that boat in a line. It's all up to the driver, making sure they keep them straight and smooth. This is a dial-in class, but they have a dial limit that they have to stay within, and we'll get that in just a second. But so they're going to come up, they're going to make their dial, and then they're going to run. You see about half of them have fins on the back or little wings on the back, trying to keep the back end of that boat down in the water so that the power transfer can go. Attention in the pits. If you have a option for a four-wheel drive vehicle for your tow vehicle, please use that. If you have the option for a four-wheel drive vehicle for your tow vehicle, please use that and not the two-wheel drive option. The ramp is pretty slick right now and we're having a few issues. So if you have the option of a four-wheel drive for your tow vehicle, please use that option. Okay, here we go. Once we get the all clear from everybody, we got Pro Comp Flat in the lane. And in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring, all the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico. He calls the boat Nasty Rumors. Ran it for the very first time 2 weeks ago in Marble Falls. Sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Thank you for all your support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman and his crew chief, Tony Elam. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is boat number 099. That is Dylan Crownover. He's driving for Jimmy Kinsey. Calls that boat Bad Company 2, racing out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Thanks to Grandma and Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing. He's got a cheering section over there. On both sides of me, he got a cheering section. Get it? There's Perch. What are you doing? So once again, real quick, in the pits, if you have a four-wheel drive option for a tow vehicle, please utilize that. Part of what's holding us up right now is we've got a two-wheel drive stuck on the ramp. It's a little slick, so we're going to get that cleared. But if you have a four-wheel drive option for your tow vehicle, please utilize that. It will make things much smoother down there. All right, so we got a few delays while we're still figuring out the issues down there at the out ramp. So it falls to me to keep y'all entertained, and I don't dance. So I don't know what we're going to do yet. I don't got any good jokes either. But I will tell you real quick about our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here. I want to thank Dogco Construction, JK Awards, Jimmy's Septic Service, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Moore's Ranch and Supply, One Source Insurance, Brady Communications, Bayou Bistro, JB Crown Construction, Winners Family Beef, and the Locker Sports Bar and Grill. All those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown. And since we have a little break, we're going to send our Racer H2O folks to commercial, so we'll be right back.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
so it looks like we're getting close. Going to be able to turn these guys loose. You can see the breeze is starting to pick up a little bit, so obviously that creates another concern we're going to take care of, or at least watch it real closely and make sure nobody gets in trouble. Getting our rescue folks back in position, and then we'll get the green light from Gary. And when we do, in the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 034, Jeff Loring, Nasty Rumors. He's dialed in at a 6 flat. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 099, Bad Company 2, the name of the machine. That is Dylan Crownover driving for Jimmy Kinsey. He's dialed in at a 6.2. Pro Comp Flat. Watch these boats. They can get squirrely. Can be a whole lot of fun. Got that wing on the back, trying to keep the back end down. See all that air up underneath the front? I don't know what happened there. Never mind, we got this thing figured out. I got it figured out anyway. So Dylan Crownover dialed in a 6.2, ran a 6.38 with a 2, 6.38 with a 2 for 125 mile an hour pass, 0.12 of a second for a reaction time. Not sure what happened to Jeff Loring. Like I said, ran this machine for the very first time 2 weeks ago in Marble Falls. It performed very well for him. So we're going to reset it and try again. He's going to still be in that locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. And we're going to add him a partner in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is boat number 331. That is Tim Ortiz. Brand new machine for him as well, racing out of Conroe, Texas. They call the boat Never Satisfied. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archer, Gage, and Cash. Thanks to his wife for supporting him in this crazy venture. And a big thanks to Milton and Jen Tolan for all their help. Jeff Loring still trying to get it started. Tim Ortiz gets a pass made. Jeff Loring still can't get it to start. Man, that's heartbreaking because that is not what he wanted, I guarantee it. I've known Jeff a long time, watched him race for probably close to 20 years. Tim Ortiz off the line just over a half second, and then ran a 7.02 with a 3 on a 6.8 second dial-in. I only see a few of them, but Pro Modified, if you're not already at the in-ramp, you are way, way, way late to the show. Pro Modified. If you're not there, you're way late. Personal Watercraft. You guys need to be warmed up, ready to go. I'll be calling you shortly. Stock Eliminator. You guys need to be geared up and ready to go. All right, got a couple of New Mexico boys in the lanes now. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, we put in boat number 187J. That is Kevin Hibden out of Peralta, New Mexico. He calls the boat Visual Noise, sponsored by Bud Long Motorsports, Larry Flotas, Kinetic Race Cars, and Nelson Speed and Marine. This is his first time running in Pro Comp Flat. He actually licensed in Arizona in April. I was there for that race as well. There we go. Jeff Loring gets Nasty Rumors to go. Just under 4/10 of a second for reaction time. Dialed in at a 6 flat, ran a 6.11 with a 3. 6.11 with a 3 for a 130 mile an hour pass. Kevin Hibden on the other side, just over 6/10 of a second for his reaction time. And then on a 6.8 dial in, ran a 7.65 with a 506 mile an hour pass. All right, we are moving into the next pair. And in the Lockers Parts Bar and how come I can't say that this morning? Sports Bar and Grill. Left-hand lane, boat number 412 is Cole Heinrich. He calls that boat Flat Attack, sponsored by Heinrich Motorsports. Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Benton rather. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 075, they call that one Flat Nasty. And that's Larry Skiro. He's out of Highland Haven, Texas, sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape. John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas. Joey Wittenberg Construction. Charla Cormier with EXP Realty. Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch. D&J Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing. Casa Perio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft. Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat. Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie all helping him out. Larry Skiro and Flat Nasty in the right lane. All right, starter call for the lights, 25 seconds on the countdown. Cole Henrik and Flat Attack in the left lane. Larry Skiro, Flat Nasty in the right. Larry Skiro dialed in at a 6.15. Cole Henrik dialed in at a 6.8. So 6.8. Man, you see all the air up underneath those boats. These guys draft about 2 inches of water at the very tail end of the boat. That's why a lot of them run those wings, trying to help keep that back end down. So Cole Hendrick ran a 6.92 with a 9 on a 6.8 index. Little slower, or a little dial-in rather, a little slower than what we needed. 6.8, by the way, I was trying to say a while ago, is the slowest they can actually run. Larry Skiro dialed in the 6.15, ran a 6.42 with a 9, 127 mile an hour pass, turned it red by a little over a tenth of a second. All right, got another pair for Pro Comp Flat. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. Calls the boat, can't get right. Sponsored by Steve Pruitt at Hold My Beer and Watch This, WBR Motorsports, and his brother Wes, Bill Diaz, Lily Construction, my beautiful wife Samantha, also Dirk Diggler and the Diggler Boys, and Camel Towing when it's wedged in tight. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 323 is Frank Carter. Calls that one Flat Flying out of Liberty Hill, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, his wife Carrie. Special thanks to his relentless crew, Everett and Jarrett Huddleston and the Hudgens family, all helping him out. He's dialed in at a 5 line. Randy Cockrell dialed in at a 6.9, ran a 7.10 with a 7. 7.10 with a 7, 7/100ths of a second, 7/10ths of a second rather, for reaction time at 114 mile an hour. Frank Carter, 129 mile an hour pass. Dialed in at a 5.9, ran a 6.15 with an 8. 6.15 with an 8, 12/100ths of a second for reaction time. Personal Watercraft, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you guys warming up, getting ready. Modified Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Hey, if we could, you guys that are down here sitting on the rocks right here in front of us, if we could get y'all to move back up on the grass, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry about that. It's all about safety. If one of those guys got away from us, there's no way we could get you out of the way in time. All right, here we go. Your last pair, I believe, of Pro Comp Flats. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left lane, boat number 238 is going to be Vic Fugate. Calls that boat Flat Blacked Out, racing out of Fort Worth, Texas. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Calls that boat Whiskey Tango. That's a Hondo powered by 502 cubic inches of Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Knight Sales and Manufacturing, and Element Salon. Andy Comstock dialed in at a 6.55. Vic Fugate dialed in at a 6.8. Rick Fugate up against the rev limiter the whole way down. 37 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 7:78 with a 4 on a 6.8 index. And Andy Comstock in the right lane turned it red by just under 7/10 of a second. Dialed in a 6:55, ran a 6:55 with a 4 for a 119 mile an hour pass, and that will make him the number 1 qualifier. That was absolutely an amazing run. And that's going to move us into Pro Modified. So I said earlier that they brought in 3,000 pounds of crawfish. I've just been told it was 4,000 they ended up with. They brought that over from Louisiana. Joey Trappy took care of that. $25 a flat with corn and potatoes. They got it ready to go. Where are they? Right behind me up here, behind the start area. Give me just a second, we'll give you some more. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 459. That's Henry Maney. He calls the boat Don't Blink. 5.6 seconds is the index. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich racing for Doug Mader. They call the boat Out of Reach out of Round Rock, Texas. Pro Modified. 5.6 seconds is the index. Capsules are shut. Here we go. Yes, yes, and yes. That's the way we like to see it. Henry Maney off the line, 13 hundredths of a second, and ran a 5:71 with an 8. 5:71 with an 8. 152 mile an hour pass. Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich in the right lane. 5:73 with a 6 with an 85,000th of a second reaction time. And that'll be good enough to put him in second qualifying position. Henry Maney in number 1. Looks like we got 8 Pro Modifieds on the property. And this class is always super, super tight. Nothing but competition out there. Those guys will push each other, guys and gals, but they will push each other. All right, I got another pair of Pro Modifieds right now. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane is boat number 832. That's Jay Hudgens. Calls that boat Aquaholic, racing out of Burnett, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reali's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dusty Hudgens, and his crew. Personal Watercraft, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, your final call. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Top Eliminators on deck. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 927, going to be Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. Calls that boat wound too tight. It's a Texas outrigger. 565 cubic inches of blown alcohol engine strapped in behind him. 5.6 seconds the index. Jay Hudgens off the line in 22 hundredths of a second and ran a 6:29 with a 9. 6:29 with a 938 mile an hour pass. Robin Reed, just over a half second for a reaction time and ran a 5:59 with a 4. 5:59 with a 4 on a 5.6 index. And that will put him, it's a breakout, so it'll put him in the number 4 qualifying spot. We still have like 4 that have not run. And got 2 of them sitting there. And I see the other 2 getting ready to go in the water right now. Stock eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Stock eliminator, need you at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator. You guys need to be standing by. You'll be coming up next. Wind starting to pick up just a little bit. Starting to get a little bit of a chop on the water. Right now it's kind of coming from behind the racers, so that actually helps a little bit. What it does do, and we've seen this happen before, is that it'll cause a few red lights because the racers get pushed a little bit as soon as they let go, and they know what number they need to leave on, and sometimes they leave on that number, but they've been pushed further forward than they thought they were going to be and end up turning it red. So we'll see how that works out. All right, here we go. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 115 is Greg Lampar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management. And in the Winners Family Beef, right-hand lane, boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder. He calls that boat Top Gun. Racing out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Damon Decker 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, and Guild Morgan. Greg Lampar makes a run 0.15 of a second and ran a 5.77 on a 5.6 for a 156 mile an hour pass. Mickey Snyder, not sure what happened, but I bet we're going to need his truck and trailer back to the in-ramp. 3.2 seconds. It jumped and then it died, and that was the end of that. So we'll get it pulled back to the pit. Hopefully it's nothing major. They can get it fixed real quick and bring it back for the third round. All right, so while we're getting him towed back, we're going to need truck and trailer, by the way, for boat number 647. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 647, Mickey Snyder, back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for Mickey Snyder, boat number 647, back to the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator, you guys should be coming to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, be standing by. You guys are on deck. All right, I got Ashley Lofstrom here with me right now. She's one of the people in charge of making this whole deal happen. So I'm going to turn the mic over to her real quick, let her tell y'all a little bit about this Brady Crawfish Festival. She's nervous, y'all, so be nice to her.
Hello, everybody. We want to thank everyone for coming out today. We really appreciate, it's been 15 years since we've had races here at Brady, and we really appreciate every single one of y'all that have come out here to support us. These race crews, they put in a lot of time and effort into their sport, and we sure do appreciate y'all coming out. We've got lots of crawfish. It's hot and ready, so we've got them for $25 a tray. They're ready when y'all are. So we want to thank our volunteers. We couldn't do it without you. It takes a whole team to get this thing put on. Special thank you to SDBA for coming back to Brady. It's a good time, and we hope everyone enjoys it. And a special thank you to Felix Gomez. He's the one that introduced us to the boat racing community, and he's put on, he's in charge of all the volunteers and done a great job so far, and couldn't done it without him. And a special thank you to Winners Family Beef for believing in us and helping sponsor this thing. We really appreciate them as well. George and Amy Greer over Winners Family Beef, they got the best Wagyu beef that come around. So check them out if you want some good Wagyu steaks. And we sure appreciate everybody for coming out and hope you enjoy the race.
There you go. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. She said a lot more on that deal than I could have. But they do have 4,000 pounds of crawfish up there, and it's ready to go. $25 a flat. They got corn and potatoes. So come on over and pick you some up when you're ready. Tomorrow morning, Bayou Bistro will be out here selling coffee in the morning. Hot coffee, iced lattes, iced macchiatos. They'll have all that stuff ready to go. If you're starting to think maybe it's getting close to lunchtime, there's crawfish back there, but they also have other vendors set up back there if you need something cold to drink or whatnot. They've got the Locker Sports Bar and Grill. They've got frozen margaritas and hurricanes back there. Sassy's Snack Shack's got carnival eats, funnel cakes, lemonade, etc. Kona Gourmet Shaved Ice is set up back there. And then there's a vendor set up back there making custom sublimation cups. So if you need a mug or a whatever and you want to have that thing labeled, they're making them right here on site. So you can get that done. And they've got several boutiques up there selling jewelry and clothes. All right, here we go. Pro Modified. That's going to be Mallory Carroll, boat number 810. She's in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left lane. Calls the boat a little more therapy. Racing out of Burnett, Texas. This young lady can drive the heck out of a drag boat. Like it was on a string all the way to the other end. Mallory Carroll making a pass. 21 hundredths of a second for reaction time and ran a 5.75 with a 7 at 156 mile an hour. And that'll put her in the number 3 qualifying spot. So number 1's going to be Henry Bainey. Number 2, Daryl Ehrlich. Mallory Carroll in the number 4 spot. Greg Lampard, or in the number 3 rather. Greg Lampard, Jay Hudgens, Robin Reed, Mickey Snyder, and Steve Walls rounding out. Mickey Snyder and did not make a pass. And Steve Walls, I don't think even got on the water. So hopefully we'll see those guys in round 2. And that's going to bring us back around to personal watercraft. All right, we're through the first round. Who's still having a good time out here? Y'all let me know. Yeah? That'll work. Did y'all get some crawfish yet? Now's a good time. Run back there and get you some. There you go. Grab yourself a cold beverage, whatever else you need to do. While you're wandering around, don't forget to stop at the SDBA merchandise trailer back here. Emily's back there waiting for people to show up. They've got SDBA hoodies and t-shirts, event shirts, blingy ladies shirts, women's tank tops, lots of other stuff. They've also got racer shirts. They've got Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, a little more therapy. We just saw that bull run right now. Don't Blink, Flat Nasty, Mutual Funds, Chicks Dig It, and Wild Thing. All of those racers shirts are available at the merchandise trailer as well. So swing back by there, take a look. All right, and we are into personal watercraft for their second round of qualifying. All right, here we go. Second round of qualifying for personal watercraft. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls that one doing time. She's dialed in at a 10:45. Sponsored by Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephen, MD, Ted Seiko, DDS, Courtney and Josh Edwards, S&E Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, and Docks and Boat Rescue. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. Calls that ski stretch. Dialed in at a 12.7. All right, so Lynn Blackburn turns it red by 83 thousandths of a second and then ran a 10.61 with a 5. 10.61 with a 5 on a 10.45 dial-in. 67 mile an hour pass out of that jet ski. Colton Byler just over 7/10 of a second for a reaction time and then ran a 12.82 with a 6 on a 12.7 dial-in, and that'll put him in the number 2 qualifying spot. Lynn Blackburn will stay in the number 1 qualifying spot. So Colton Byler actually jumped 5 points with that pass. All right, your next pair of personal watercraft in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane. I don't know why that's tangling me up today. In the Winners Beef right-hand lane, Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 762 is Delaney Head. Calls that one a head start, driving for John Nodler. Dialed in at a 12.9. So the left lane dialed in at a 15.5, ran a 15.86 with a 4. And Delaney Head dialed in at a 12.9, ran a 13.03, 1.73 seconds to get off the line. But that'll put her in the number 3 qualifying spot, jumped up 3 points. So the left lane was actually boat number 238S, and that was Shelby Hudgens. Catch me if you can. And your next pair in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left lane, boat number 004 is Angelique Shaw. Driving for Sam Shaw. She calls the boat Being Bad. Your 2019 High Points champion for personal watercraft. 2020 High Points runner-up. Sponsored by Mom, Dad, the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is boat number 357, Jacob Nodler. Kolzatsky, long time coming, thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris Clay, and everyone who has helped him along the way. And he's dedicating this racing season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. Currently your number 4 qualifier. And he's going to stay there. Dialed in at a 13.4, ran a 13.06, little fast, 55 mile an hour pass with 22 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Angelique Shaw just under a quarter second for her reaction time. Dialed in at a 13.3, ran a 13.65, and that'll put her in the number 5 qualifying spot, up 3 points. Stock Eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp already. Stock Eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. I will be calling you very, very quickly. Top Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, geared up, and ready. Be calling you in just a moment. Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator, and Pro Outlaw, you guys are on deck. Last pair of personal watercraft in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 6'5" is Raven Broadway. Calls that boat the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Petroflex Oil, Field Services, Spring Creek Marine, where strangers become family, and the RV Repair Crew. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 117. S is Brandon Lempar. Kolzatsky Megalodon, and he dialed in at a 13.5. Raven Broadway turns it red by 81 thousandths. Dialed in 11.2, ran an 11.28 with a 4, and that'll move him 3 points up into the number 1 qualifying spot. Brandon Lempar Dialed in at a 13.5, ran a 14.10, and that'll leave him in the number 8 spot. He drops down a point. And that will do it for personal watercraft, and we'll be moving into stock eliminator for second round. So real quick, while we got a break in the action, Racer H2O going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see y'all in just a few.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com. RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff. Calls that boat the Bullet. Dialed in at a 12.6. First-time racer. He raced for the very first time at Marble Falls 2 weeks ago. He's the vice president at Angelo State University. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. He's racing for Al Kirshner in Plum Crazy. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner, racing in memory of Max Davis, and thanks to MTR. So this is one of those situations I was talking about earlier with the dialing classes where we have a 12.6 second boat in the left lane and a 9 second boat in the right lane. So that left lane is going to leave 3.6 seconds earlier. Makes it real hard for Rodney Blackstock to sit there and wait. A red light won't hurt him today. Tomorrow it will make all the difference in the world. So he'll need to make sure he kind of keeps his cool. And we'll see if he can wait long enough. And then it's all about horsepower getting to the other end. He got it done. He got it done, but he had some help. Don Topliff, 1.5, almost 1.6 seconds to get off the line. And Randy Blackstock had a little bit of time to play with it, 14 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, and then he ran too fast at the big end on a 9-second island, ran an 8.94 with a 3, and that will not help him. It'll leave him in the number 3 qualifying, or number 11 qualifying spot, rather. But Ton Topliff on the other side, almost 1.6 seconds to get off the line, dialed in at a 12.6, ran a 12.9 at a 63-mile-an-hour pass, but that bumps him up 6 places to the number 3 qualifier. Here's your next pair of stock eliminators in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. Chicks Dig It, the name of the boat, dialed in at a 10.8. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More. Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Driving for Chris Russell. He calls the boat Harry Canary, sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports, and special thanks to Rick Gordon. And they're dialed in at a 9.6. Zachary Watson couldn't get it to start. We'll see what happens down there. Stephen Russell on the other side, off the line in 47 hundredths of a second, ran a 9.62 with a 3 on a 9.6 index. That moves him up 4 spots into the number 1 qualifying spot with a 78-mile-an-hour run. That was beautiful right there. That's exactly what he wanted. Now he's just got to sit and wait and see if somebody else is going to do it. Yeah, if I got... In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 1457, Zachary Watson and Chicks Dig It going to try again. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. He's racing for Jimbo Snyder. They call that boat Young Gun. Zachary Watson got it done that time, 28 thousandths of a second for reaction time, and dialed in at a 10.8, ran a little fast, 10.70 with a 6. Won't help him. He'll stay in the number 8 qualifying spot. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, Garrick Snyder came in as the number 3 qualifier. Now he moves up 1 point to number 2. Dialed in a 9.4, ran a 9.46 with a 2 for a 82-mile-an-hour pass. 0.14 of a second for his reaction time. All right, here we go. Next pair of stock eliminators. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 1776. They call it American Pride. That's going to be Ricky Brooks. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. Been working on this boat for 3 years, hoping to get it dialed in, looking to take a W this weekend. Sponsored by Cool Creation Boat Docks, Winger Race Engine, Central Texas Jets, and the tuner Mickey Harlow. Blackie Bame is in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane. Calls that one Blackie's Magic. Dialed in at a 10.5. Here we go. Blackie Bame usually as solid as they come, but he red lit this time, 11 thousandths of a second too fast, or 11 hundredths of a second too fast, rather. But on a 10.5 dial-in, he ran a 10.66 with a 6, and that'll keep him in that number 3 qualifying spot. Ricky Brooks on the other side turns it red by 21 thousandths of a second, ran a 6.72 with an 8 on a 9.72 with an 8 on a 9-second index, and that'll keep him in the number 9 spot. Modified eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Top eliminator, you guys should be warmed up and ready. Pro eliminator, grab your gear. You're on deck. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 169. That's going to be Michael Ratliff. Calls that one Capital Punishment, dialed in at a 9.2. And in the Winners Family Beef right lane, boat number 982, Dusty Peterson out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, calls the boat Collusion. Dialed in at a 9.2. He ran a 9.706 his last pass. Here comes that little outboard. All right, Michael Ratliff, 17 thousandths of a second for reaction time, and then ran a 9.45 with a 3 on a 9.2 dial-in. That'll move him up 2 spots to the number 4 qualifying spot. Dusty Peterson moves up 1 into number 6 with a 9.55 and 9. All right, Stewie's up next. Justin Stewart, boat number 877 in the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left lane. He calls that one White Girl. Dialed in at a 9.2. This is your final call for Modified Eliminator. Final call for Modified Eliminator. Top Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, start warming them up. Get ready. Quick Eliminator, grab your gear. You guys are on deck. Justin Stewart moves up 2 points into the number 5 qualifying spot with that run. 0.7 of a second for reaction time. Ran a 9:45 with an 8. 9:45 with an 8 on a 9.2 dial in with an 86 mile an hour pass. And that should do it for stock Eliminator. And now we're moving to Modified Eliminator. These guys actually running on an index. It's an 8-second index for Mod Eliminator. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr., your 2021 High Points champion. Looking to see what he can do with it this year. He's currently your number 3 qualifier. He calls that boat Outlaw, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 239 is Greg Conley. That boat's a Youngblood powered by Chevrolet, and he calls it Thunder and Lightning. Sponsored by Cars Restoration, RK Rancho Industries, and Pumps by Chop. 25 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. So Jesse James Jr., 19 thousandths of a second for reaction time, and then ran an 8:10 with a 4 on an 8-second index for a 95 mile an hour pass. And that will make him the number 2 qualifier, up 1 spot. Greg Conley, 2.7 seconds to get going, and then ran an 8:16. Got the boat to fire up again, but it popped real loud. See what happens with that. Hopefully he didn't blow anything up, but he'll stay the number 4 qualifier. Got a late stock eliminator. Walter Doolin showed up ready to run. He calls the boat Do It Again Doolin, boat number 033. He's going to be in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane. Racing out of Kingsland, Texas. His crew, Rhonda, Adam, and Karen. Special thanks to Greg and Dave at Lake LBJ Real Estate. Currently the number 10 qualifier, looking to see if he can do a little better. Dialed in at a 10.5. So you see that boat all over the place down here at the start line. Had that same problem in Marble Falls. Walter Doolin doesn't change anything. He's still the 10 qualifier. Ran a 13 and 61 with a 4. But the problem there is the jet boats, the jet is your propulsion, but it's also your steering. So if the steering wheel turns a little bit or the boat gets turned off course a little bit before you launch, then it'll go whatever direction it's already pointed when you turn the key and push the gas. And so that's what happened. And he got a little bit off. He was already headed into the left when he took off. And then it just stayed crooked the rest of the way. And he kind of kept wandling back and forth until he got to about half track or so here. So definitely not the kind of run we want to see. And we would like to see him straighten that up just a little bit. We'll see how it goes. All right, here we go. Modified eliminator. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 157 is James Kemp. He calls that boat Side Chick, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guyhan Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. And in the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, Lane McDonald, High Voltage, the name of the boat. Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. Lane McDonald was your number 1 qualifier, and he's going to stay your number 1 qualifier. 56 of a second for a reaction time, and ran an 8:17 with a 5. 8:17 with an 8, rather, for a 92-mile-an-hour pass. On the other side, James Kemp moves up a notch. He'll be in the number 5 qualifying spot now. Turned it red by a little over a 1/10 of a second, and then ran an 8:22 with an 8. Top eliminator, you guys need to be at the in-ramp. Top eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, you guys should be geared up and ready. All right, here we go. Next pair of modified eliminators. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 0657 is Grant Schneider, driving Mickey Schneider's Big Iron. Sponsored by Real Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Poor Boys Diesel, Illumilighting, and Chasing Oil. In the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 311, Andrew Decker out of Buchholz, Texas, calls the boat in too deep. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer, Looking Pretty Decals, and his wife and kids. Andrew Decker, currently your number 3 qualifier. Grant Snyder currently sitting at number 6, and I know that's not where he wants to be. So we'll see what happens. On an 8-second index, there's 20 seconds left on the countdown. Andrew Decker makes a run. He turns it red by 56 thousandths of a second at the start line, and then ran an 8:02 with a 1 for a 93-mile-an-hour pass. That'll bump him up 2 points into the number 1 qualifying spot. Grant Snyder It didn't run or it didn't stay running. I couldn't tell for sure which because there was a couple of motors running. All right, we're going to let him try again. Grant Snyder, 0657. They call the boat Big Iron. The Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. 8 seconds is the index. He got it running this time. Let's see if it'll stay that way. "15 seconds on the countdown. Took a couple of hops to get a good set, but it set down and ran like it was supposed to. Just didn't run as fast as it was supposed to, and he ran a 10:28 with a 3. That'll leave him in that number 6 qualifying spot. 1:27 for a reaction time. All right, top eliminator, this is your final call. Quick eliminator. I apologize, we're going to end up skipping past PE, so quick eliminator. If you guys are already warm, go ahead and bring them. If you're not, warm them up and bring them. Quick eliminator, need your boats to the ramp. Sorry for the short notice. Quick eliminator. If you're already warm, go ahead and bring them. If you're not, warm them up and get them there. Steve Walls in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, making another shakedown pass. Boat number 007, shaken not stirred. The name of the machine. So a little bit of an issue there. I don't know if we're going to reset that or what we're doing here real quick, but we'll figure that out. Looks like they're going to reset him on the line and give him another chance to figure that out. The boat was drifting a little bit to the right, and that's kind of what caused the issue. So we'll get him reset, get him a little further over, make sure everybody stays safe, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Quick eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. We are ready for you guys at the in-ramp. I apologize for the short notice, but if you're already warm, get them there. If you're not, warm it up real quick and bring it down. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and start warming them up. Get ready. Pro Jet, be on deck. You guys are coming up right after that. Quick eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet, you're on deck. Grab your gear. Check the fuel. All right, here we go. Steve Walls making another attempt at this deal. Shaken, not stirred, the name of the machine. All right, making a little shakedown pass. Steve Walls, shaken, not stirred, boat number 007S. All right, and I believe that's going to bring us to top eliminator. Trying to keep track of where we're at. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet, grab your gear, make sure you got fuel in the boat, put the plug in. Come on, we'll be ready for you guys in just a few. Pro Comp Flat, you're up after that. Pro Mod, you'll be behind them. All right, we got one modified eliminator left. All right, here we go. One more modified eliminator. That's going to be boat number 1111 in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Stephen Walls. They call that one Happy Hour. All right, so he puts it in the book and actually jumps up 3 spots into the number 5 qualifying spot with an 8.20 and 3. 8.203 on an 8-second index. And now we're moving to top eliminator. These guys running on a 7-second index. And in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane is boat number 655. That's Ashley Winslet. Vanishing Breed, the name of the machine, racing out of Dallas, Texas. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantal, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Belle Diaz Racing. Her mentors and family, Jerry, Nancy, and Max, who are all racing in heaven. You will be missed. She's currently your number 1 qualifier with a 723. In the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. He's driving for Jim Burns in Texas High Risk. Racing out of Midland, Texas. Sponsored by Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, the entire crew. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, your last call. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, start warming them up. Get ready. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. So I can't get any data to my screen right now. That's why I haven't given you anything, but we'll get that out to you here shortly, as soon as it's available. And then we'll go from there. Quick, let me see. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck. All right, so we didn't get any time on the right lane, boat number 828. So we'll have that one rerun here in a minute. Ashley Winslet, though, turned it red by 36 thousandths of a second, 36 hundredths of a second, and then ran a 730 with a 7. Boat number 828, as soon as you can, go ahead and bring that thing right back around to the in-ramp, please, for your rerun. Boat number 828, Kevin Conklin, as soon as you can, go ahead and just bring it right back around to the in-ramp so we can get that rerun done. I see them putting our quick eliminators in the water. Pro Outlaw should be headed that way. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Jet should be warming up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be grabbing your gear. You're on deck. Pro Modified, you'll be up after that. Well, we got a quick break in the action. Want to say thanks and hello to all of our folks out at Racer H2O for joining in with us and hanging out. Welcome to the show. If you are just joining us, we are about halfway through top eliminator in round 2 of qualifying, and it's been an exciting day so far. We got quick eliminators on the line. We got Pro Outlaw headed to the water. Pro Eliminator should be headed there shortly. I'm not sure. So anyways, we got boats. So welcome to the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown. We're glad you chose to join us. Want to thank our sponsors for making it possible for us to be out here this weekend here at Southern Drag Boat Association. Want to thank the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, Winter's Family Beef, JB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Jimmy's Septic Service, Dodd Company Construction, and J.K. Edwards. All those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Brady Crawfish and drag boat throwdown for the Southwest Drag or the Southern Drag Boat Association. And we're super happy to have them and proud to have them on as sponsors. Don't forget, you can swing by while we got a little break. You can cruise up to the top and check out the SDBA merchandise trailer. Emily's hanging out up there waiting for people to come see her. I don't know, she looks, maybe got a few people. She's got SDBA hoodies, t-shirts, blingy shirts, women's tank tops, and lots more. She also has racer shirts. She's got shirts from Wild Thing, Chicks Dig It, Mutual Funds, Flat Nasty, Don't Blink, A Little More Therapy, Nitro Nuts, and Liquid Voodoo. She's got shirts from all of those up there at the SDBA merchandise trailer. So be sure and stop by there and say hi to Emily. Tell her I sent you up there. It doesn't get you a discount or nothing, but just so she knows I'm doing my job. And then, while I'm on the subject, you know that this is the Crawfish Festival, and I got a plate of it right here, a platter. I haven't had a chance to dig in yet because I haven't figured out how to eat them guys and announce at the same time, but I'll get mine. They brought in 4,000 pounds of crawfish for this deal from Louisiana. Thanks to Joey Trappy for that. $25 a flat with corn and potatoes. Also, we got vendors up there on top, the locker. They've got frozen margaritas and hurricanes up there. Sassy's Snack Shack with funnel cakes and other carnival eats. They've also got ice cold lemonade if you need some. If it's getting a little warm for you out there in the sun, Kona Gourmet Shaved Ice is set up back there. And then there's a couple of other vendors, boutiques with some jewelry and clothing. Custom sublimation cups, they're making those up there. So take a minute while we got a little break in the action, cruise up there. Tomorrow morning, if you're going to be here, Bio Bistro, going to be selling coffee in the morning. Hot coffee, iced latte, iced macchiato. And then also don't forget Trinity Racing Ministries. We'll be having a non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning right back here at the pavilion. That'll be starting at 8 o'clock. Pastor Mike and his crew always do a great job, and be sure to stop in for our Sunday morning service. It'll be well worth the trip. All right, when we get ready to go again, had another little issue down at the other end of the course. We're working on that, and then trying to make sure that we have that left lane figured out since we had a no time on that last pass. Once we get those two things worked out, we're going to finish out top eliminator. Got those guys in the lanes right now. Got quick eliminator on the holding rope, and some of the rest of them coming in now. And then we're going to be moving to Pro Outlaw. They should be on their way to the roder. Pro Jet, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be geared up and ready. You're on deck. Pro Modified, you guys will be up after that. So we got all of our folks back in position, looks like, just about. Gonna test our track real fast. Pretty sure I see some pro outlaws going in the water over there. All right, here we go. All right, this is going to be a license pass. Hopefully a full track pass this time. Cersei Elrod and Obsession, the name of the machine. Here we go. All right, now we got a pair, top eliminators. Back to competition. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill, left lane, boat number 715, Jerry Branham calls that one Back in Black, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop, and your winner of the SDBA Nationals at Wild Horse in 2021. In the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas, sponsored by Olson Piling. They call that boat money well wasted. Number 5 qualifier looking to see if he can move up. 7 seconds is the index. 5 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. Jerry Branham jumps up 1 spot to the number 1 qualifying spot with a 7.00 with a 5. 7.00 with a 5, 1/10 of a second for a reaction time. That was a beautiful, beautiful run right there. George Olson moves up 2 spots to the number 3 qualifying spot. Ran a 7.08 with a 9, 7.08 with a 9. He turned it red at the start line, 54 hundredths of a second. And in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 990 is Stephen Sutton. Calls that boat Borrowed Money. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 050, Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond. Out of Lake Hills, Texas, sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. Stephen Sutton, neither one of these guys moved, actually. Bob Winder was your number 4 qualifier coming in. He's still number 4. Ran a 7:26 with a 2 for 104 mile an hour pass. Stephen Sutton on the other side ran a 7:37 with a 7 for 113 mile an hour pass, and he'll stay the number 7 qualifier. And last but certainly not least for top eliminator, in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 405 is Matt Miller, and Miller time. He is your number 6 qualifier right now, looking to move up, coming out of El Reno, Oklahoma, sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, Allie, Radley, and Hazel. Matt Miller had some struggles in Marble Falls, looking to make up for that. I talked to him a little bit last night, or night before, I guess. He lost a reverse bucket in Marble Falls and ended up having to start the boat sort of in gear with the timing, with the light, and he was struggling. So he ended up going out in the first round, unfortunately. He's looking to see if he can redeem himself just a little bit. Motor was popping just a little bit at the front end, but it sounded like it smoothed out after it shifted. 29 hundredths of a second in the red for Matt Miller, but he jumps up 4 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot with a 7:04 with a 1. 7:04 and 1 for 103 mile an hour pass. That'll make him super happy. And now I believe that was the last of our top eliminators. I think everything else out there is quick eliminator. Rescued out there stealing our watermelon. Here we go. First pair for quick eliminator for second round of qualifying. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane is boat number 910. That is Larry Flores. Hydroclimatic, the name of the boat. Racing out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. And special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 110, Ken Jenkins, and Through the Fire. These guys faced each other in the first round of qualifying. Larry Flores, 24 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then ran a 6:24 with a 2, 6:24 with a 2 for 139 mile an hour pass. Not enough to change anything. He'll stay your number 6 qualifier. Ken Jenkins in the right lane, 143 mile an hour pass, 619 with a 9, and that'll leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. Had a little something go on at the front end, 322 to get off the line. All right, we got a pro eliminator and a quick eliminator paired up together here. The pro eliminator is going to be in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 789. That is Dawson Dickerson. Calls that boat Dad's Pocketbook. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Piling, SWAT Speed and Marine. 6.5 the index. And in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 505 is Brody Martin in the red. Quick eliminator looking for 6. Brody Martin turns it red by 1/10 of a second and then ran a 6:02 with a 1, and that'll move him into the number 1 qualifying spot. 135 mile an hour pass. Dawson Dickerson on the other side, 0.3 of a second for reaction time, and on a 6.5 index, he ran a 6.55 with a 1 at 110 miles an hour, and that'll move him up to the number 1 qualifying spot for Pro Eliminator. So there you go. Couple of big movers that round, right? Moving and a shaking. All right, here we go. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 392 is going to be Jason Gothard out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls that boat Texas Red. Number 2 qualifier as it sits right now. And your number 5 qualifier is in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, Robert Anderson and Mutual Funds. He's racing out of Huffman, Texas. Robert Anderson moves up 1 notch into the number 4 qualifying spot with a 6.17 and 4. 6.17 with a 418 mile an hour pass. Got off the line about 1/4 of a second too early. Jason Gothard on the other side, 0.3 of a second too early at the start line, but then ran a 5.94 with a 3, which was a little fast for the index. 147 mile an hour pass, almost 148. So that won't change anything for him. He'll stay number 2. Robert Anderson, though, will move into the number 4 spot. We got 2 boats left, though, that want to see if they can make something change to that. Maybe 3 now, looks like. Pro Jet, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up and be ready. Pro Comp Flat, be warming them up and get ready. Pro Jet, we're ready for you on the in-ramp. Pro Modified, you guys are on deck. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 657, 6 to midnight, the name of the boat. That is Gavin Schneider. Currently your number one qualifier with a 6:59 and 9. In the Winners Family Beef, right-hand lane, boat number 907, Bill Miller. Racing the boat they call Red Witch out of Taylor, Texas. Here we go. Gavin Schneider gets it out of the lane a little early and then ran a 6:54 with a 2. 6:54 with a 2. But that'll put him in the number 7 qualifying spot. Bill Miller on the other side, off the line at 0.14 of a second, ran a 6:29 with a 9, and that's good enough for the number 5 spot. Hey. I think so. Huey. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left lane, boat number 828, Kevin Conklin in Texas High Risk. Top eliminator. Came up a while ago and I believe had a problem. But I think we got it reset. We'll see what happens. Here we go. That'll work. 7 seconds is the index. He ran a 7:17 with a 4, 108 mile an hour pass. And that'll leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. So for top eliminator, it looks like this. Jerry Branham is your number 1 qualifier. Matt Miller, number 2. Kevin Conklin, number 3. Then it's George Olson, Bob Winder, Ashley Winslet, and Steven Sutton. All right, and that's going to move us into Pro Outlaw. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up and ready to go. Pro Modified, you guys are on deck. Keep your gear ready. Be calling you shortly. All right, here we go for the first pair for Pro Outlaw. All right, sorry about that. Racing out of Luling, Texas, going to be Eric Dement, Real Bad Boy, boat number 777. He's currently your number 2 qualifier with a 5:96 and 8. Special thanks to the crew, Perch, Bass, Brandon, Kaysen, and Logan. Thanks to Ronnie Odom for their help as well. And in the Winners Family Beef, right-hand lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress out of Burleson, Texas. He calls his boat Bad Influence. Currently your number 1 qualifier. The index is a 5.2. He's got a 5.269. Ten seconds to go. Watch those capsules when they close. It's go time. Down they go. All right, here we go. 2, 1, boom. All right. Cody Childress turned it red by 25 thousandths, but it doesn't hurt him right now. And then ran a 5:23 with a 9, 5:23 with a 9. And that'll leave him in that number 1 qualifying spot. 170 mile an hour pass. Eric DeMent on the other side, 13 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 5:63. And that will leave him in the number 5 spot. Your next pair of Pro Outlaws in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane is boat number 765. That is Gus Ward. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, racing out of Sonora, Texas. 5.2 seconds is the index. He ran too fast last time with a 5:16 and 7, which keeps him in the number 6 qualifying spot at the moment. In the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 521, they call that one Wild Thing. That's Rick Blethroad out of Odessa, Texas. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. Currently your number 4 qualifier. Rick Blethload, you may remember, has those big twin turbos on the back and had some nasty popping down at the big end of the course. So hopefully it was nothing major. They got it squared away. We'll see how it runs this time down. Pro Jet, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Jet should be at the in-ramp. So Pro Jet, this is your final call. Pro Jet, your final call. Pro Comp Flat, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Comp Flat, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. All right. Had a little bit of a drawback at the out ramp again. That ramp is kind of steep and gets real slick. So they keep running into issues down there. That's why we said earlier, if you have the option to have your tow vehicle be a four-wheel drive, please take advantage of that and do it. It would make a big difference for us. All right, like I said, I got Gus Ward, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot in the left lane, Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing in the right. So Gus Ward turns it red by 66 thousandths of a second. And then we're in a 978 with a 6. 978 with a 6 for a 159 mile an hour pass. And that'll leave him in the number 6 qualifying spot. And Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing came off the line at 59 thousandths of a second, ran a 5:17, a little fast for the 5.2 index, and that'll leave him in the number 4 qualifying spot. No movement there. Your next pair for Pro Outlaw in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 777 is Steve Carter. Calls that one Money for Nothing. Sponsored by Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mickey's Toy Box, Bespoke Coatings. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Out of Marble Falls, he calls that one Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. Steve Carter, currently your number 2 qualifier, and Bill Wire, your number 3 qualifier. Go ahead, bud.
But in the meantime, let's thank some of these sponsors. The Locker Winners Family Beef, ZB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, and Jimmy's Septic Service. I want to thank all those people for sponsoring this race, and it wouldn't be without them.
There you go.
Also, JK Awards, Dodd Company Construction.
What have you been doing the last 2 weeks?
Well, waiting on to come out here.
Ha! There you go. Did you get you some crawfish already?
One crawfish.
There's a bucket back there. Y'all help
I'm
yourself.
telling you, I've been waiting for weeks to get it. And one fella had one crawfish.
They brought 4,000 pounds of crawfish into this place.
I came all the way from Marble Falls, Texas to have crawfish, and I'm going to get some.
There you go.
It
Do
is
you have any
wonderful,
in
that
Marble
one.
Falls? Got any in water?
I thought I was going to ride my ski out here because we got so much rain this morning.
Yes, sir.
Looks like we all need rain. Pray for rain after the race.
Yeah, after the race.
After award ceremony.
You know, there's a big dance this weekend. I think it's going to be out here. I'm not positive. She didn't tell me. I'll tell you more about that in just 1 minute. Oh, how was that for a thing of beauty? That'll get it done. Check it out. Bill Wire moves up 1 spot into the number 2 qualifying spot with a 5:32 and 1. 5:32 with a 171 mile an hour pass. Steve Carter, too fast at both ends of the course. He turned it red by 26 thousandths. And then he ran a 5:14 with a 9 on a 5.2 dial-in, or 5.2 index rather, 174 mile an hour pass. And that will drop him 1 point into the number 3 qualifying spot. He actually got bumped down by Bill Wire is what actually happened. Man, we've had some beautiful races this afternoon. Holy cow, it's just been amazing. Wind's kind of blowing right down the course, which helps. It's a lot worse if it's coming back up the course or even across the course, but down the course doesn't hurt us too bad. I believe these are going to be 2 of our Pro Jets right here. All right, here we go. Pro Jet in the locker. Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane. Boat number 060 is Ray Males. He calls that boat Blue Thunder, racing out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Hanson's Racing Engine. Special thanks to the Males family who made it possible for Ray to be here. Mama Cheryl, we miss you and love you. Robert Ledbetter for always helping out. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 419 is Pat Hobbs. Sponsored by Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Morgan & Sons Racing, Huffman Performance, and Hobbs Motorsports. They call that boat manufactured money. Pro Jet, once again, going to race to the yellow buoys right there, the 800-foot mark. And it's just heads-up racing. First guy to the finish without red light and winds. Got our Pro Comp flats getting in the lanes now. That class has really been growing all over the country recently. Whole lot of fun to watch. Those guys will be coming up here in just a minute, but we got our Pro Jets first. Oh, I see what we're waiting on. We got one boat down there that we're towing out of the shutdown area. As soon as we get him clear, then I bet we get the green light. I'll send out a huge hello to all the folks out there in Racer H2O land. Make sure you subscribe to that YouTube channel. That way you get all the videos after they're posted. Pro Comp Flat. This is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, final call. Pro Modified. Go ahead and bring them down. Let's get them wet. Pro Modified. Let's get them wet. Bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, final call. Pro Modified. Bring them to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft. Start warming them up and be thinking about round 3.
You know, folks, it's a good time to go get a snow cone after this race.
After this race, he says. Got 20 seconds on the countdown. Ray Males and Blue Thunder in the left lane. Pat Hobbs, manufactured money in the right. Pro Jet heads up drag racing to the yellow buoys. 800-foot race. See them blowing the nitrous down there. Here we go. Well, if that would have been a race, Pat Hobbs got it done on a hole shot. 185 for a reaction time, 479 with an 133 mile an hour pass to the 800-foot mark. Ray Males, 0.4 of a second for his reaction time, and then ran a 5:12 at 123 mile an hour. So Ray Males will be your number 3 qualifier. He'll stay there. Pat Hobbs still number 2 rather, and Jeremy Dickerson still number 1 at the moment.
Now run, go get that snow cone. Or the locker has some frozen margaritas and hurricanes up there. Y'all don't forget about that. Funnel cakes, you can't beat a funnel cake. Sassy Snack Shack. It's a little shaved ice at Kona Gourmet shaved ice. And if you're out of jewelry and clothes, there is a nice boutique right behind the tower.
Hey, I got another boat on the lane. That's going to be Robert Ledbetter. He's actually the last of our Pro Jets and has not made an appearance on the water yet today. So there's the first one. Calls the boat the Honey Badger out of Owasso, Oklahoma. Boat number 356. Pro Mod and Pro Outlaw. If y'all could do us a big favor, when y'all get up there out of the out ramp, don't pull your plugs right at the top. It's making a big muddy mess up there and creating issues. Go around the corner, get up on the flat, and then pull your plug on the way back to the pits. That would help us a ton. Pro Mod and Pro Outlaw. Don't pull those plugs until you get all the way up on top and you're on the flat headed back to the pits, please. Robert Ledbetter, he drives a boat called the Honey Badger, making his first run of the day. Hit the rev limiter right after he got to the line. Check this out. He went from number 4 to number 2 qualifier just like that. Turned it red by almost 0.9 of a second, but then ran a 479 with a 6. 479 with a 6. 143 mile an hour in 800 foot, y'all. That is flat cooking right there. All right. Gonna put. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I just said don't forget about that crawfish. I'm $25 a flat with corn and potatoes. That is a great price.
There you go. I made it big for you.
Yes, we couldn't do it without the Locker Winners Family Beef. Big sponsor of this race. ZB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, of course, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Jimmy Septic Service.
Here we go. Pro Comp Flat. Hey, I haven't mentioned it yet today, but if you haven't membered up yet with RSP, you need to make sure you do that. Almost forgot. All right, in the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left lane is going to be Kevin Hibden, Visual Noise. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, Jeff Loring, Nasty Rumors. Couple of New Mexico kids looking to make a name for themselves in Texas. Jeff Loring, still your number 2 qualifier. Ran a 6:01 with a 1 on a 6-second dial-in, 129-mile-an-hour pass. Kevin Hibden moves up 2 points to the number 6 qualifying spot with a 7:99 with a 9. 7:99 with a 9 on a 6.8 dial-in, though. He's going to have to speed that up somehow. And we'll see what he does. One of the places he could speed it up is he left behind almost a full second at the start line. And if you do the math, that would have actually brought him within about a 1/10 of a second of getting that 6.8 he was looking for.
You know, I told him up there on the ramp, I said, you know, I found a $100 bill in my pocket. Anybody will cut a zero light, I'd hand it to him at the ramp,
there you go.
at the end ramp.
There
So
you go.
maybe that'll just make it go a little bit faster.
All right. Oh. All right, here comes our next pair of Pro Comp flats in the locker. Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 075, Larry Skiro. Calls that one Flat Nasty, racing out of Highland Haven, Texas. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. He calls that one Can't Get Right. He's dialed in at a 6.8. Larry Skiro dialed in at a 6.4. Oh. That was, yeah. I don't know if y'all saw that or not, but Randy Cockrell got all kinds of air. He caught a big old wheelie down here, and then it kind of slammed back down. Tried to jump again on him. And we talked about that. You take a big old powerful engine like that, slap it on the back of a flat bottom boat and try and keep it in the water, and anything can happen. He did a hell of a job of keeping that thing where it needed to be. Get down to the other end. We'll actually have rescue check on him, just make sure he's okay. Didn't hurt himself or anything. Larry Skiro made a full pass, turned it red by 0.07 of a second. Dialed in at a 6.4 and actually ran just a hair fast. Ran a 6.33 with a 3. 6.33 with a 3. And that'll leave him in the number 5 qualifying spot. Randy Cockrell will be in the number 9 qualifying spot. Here comes our next pair in the locker. Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 323 is Frank Carter out of Liberty Hill, Texas. Calls that boat Flat Flying. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers. Thanks to his wife, Carrie. Carter, his financial advisor. Special thanks to his relentless crew, Everett and Jarrett Huddleston, and the Hudgens family. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. Calls that one Flat Attack, sponsored by Henrik Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Manns, Brian Benton. Cole Hendrick turns it red by 1/1000th of a second. And then ran a 7:02 with a 3 on a 6:8 dial-in. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to help him a whole lot. Got to break that 6:8 barrier in order to qualify. On the other side, Frank Carter, 8 thousandths of a second for reaction time, ran a 6:15 with a 0 on a 6:05 dial-in. And that'll jump him up one spot. He'll now be in the number 3 qualifying spot right behind Andy Comstock and Jeff Loring. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover, driving for Jimmy Kinsley. They call that boat Bad Company 2, boat number 099, out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Sponsored by Grandma and Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, and J&M Kinsey Plumbing. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Never Satisfied, the name of the machine. 6.8, the dial, out of Conroe, Texas. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. Pat, Rhonda, Archer, Gage, and Cash, thanks to his wife for supporting him in this crazy adventure. And a big thanks to Milton and Jen Tolan for their help. All right. Tim Ortiz made it run a little faster. He ran a 696 with a 0, 6.960. 415 mile an hour on a 6.8 dial-in. Just almost got there. And Dylan Crownover dialed in a 635, ran a 663 for 121 mile an hour pass. That'll drop him down a notch. So we're going to run a top alcohol hydro here in just a minute before we run the Pro Mods. They're getting ready to splash that boat right now. If y'all were thinking you might need to go to the restroom real quick, hold off. You're going to want to stay and watch this one. All right, we got Vic Fugate in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 238, calls it Flat Blacked Out of Fort Worth, Texas. And we got Andy Comstock in the Whiskey Tango machine in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 502. Andy Comstock comes in your number 1 qualifier, dialed in at a 656. Vic Fugate dialed in at a 6.8. Andy Comstock has just flat got himself a hot rod. I'll tell you that right now. 112 early at the line, but then he ran a 6.55 with a 6 and broke out by 3 thousandths of a second from his 6.56 dial-in. He'll stay the number 1 qualifier, but that was a beautiful, beautiful run right there. Vic Fugate, 28 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, and still not quite there for that 6.8 index. He ran a 7.73. So we're shooting for 3 rounds of qualifying. It looks like we're going to get there. Personal watercraft, you guys should be already warmed up, ready to go for round 3. I'll be calling you shortly. Stock eliminator, you guys should be geared up and ready. Grab your gear, put the plugs in the boat, make sure you got fuel. And then modified eliminator, top eliminator, pro eliminator, and quick, you guys will follow. Same run order.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Tomorrow morning, and if you're feeling a little rough before you get there, you can stop by Bayou Bistro. They'll have their truck set up out here selling coffee in the morning, iced lattes, iced macchiato, whatever it is that you desire.
Followed up with a funnel cake.
Funnel cake, get you a funnel cake. The Locker Sports Bar and Grill set up there with frozen margaritas and hurricanes. If you're thinking maybe you need a cold beverage now that the sun's come out. I see most of y'all hanging out in the shade over here, so good job for that. We didn't have a whole lot of shade in Marble Falls. It was just hot. There wasn't nothing you could do.
Everybody looks really good in the shade.
There was nothing you could do about that, getting in it.
Yep. I see somebody over there with a little shaved ice. Yep, that looks good. Yep.
Yeah, Kona shaved ice is up there. They got gourmet shaved ice. I'm not sure what makes it gourmet, but either way, they got gourmet shaved ice up there.
Looks that much better.
Is that what it is? It
It
just looks
looks that much
fancy?
better.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Top alcohol hydro getting pulled out to the lane right now. I have not heard one way or the other when Liquid Voodoo may come to the water, but I expect that they will, because I haven't heard they're not. And that will be our top fuel hydro. It's the only one we have on property this weekend. Actually, this is the only top alcohol hydro we have on property, I think. We might have two. Yep, we do have two. I got the official voice from the air.
I just wonder what the fish are thinking.
Yikes. Dive, Billy, dive. All right. That's going to be Travis Tuttle. Living the Dream, the name of that machine. That's Marty Logan's boat. Not sure where Marty's at or whether they're just working something out one way or the other. Marty drove it in Marble Falls. That boat currently holds the SDBA speed record for top fuel hydro, by the way, or top alcohol hydro, rather, with a 209. Racing out of Rio Vista, Texas. Watch that capsule. There's about 25 seconds on the countdown. Whoops, started it in gear. So Travis Tuttle driving Marty Logan's boat. Oh, now I know what happened to Marty Logan. He's on the beach drinking margaritas someplace on vacation with his familia. So Travis Tuttle going to try and keep the boat on the water. We're going to turn that thing around, put it back on the line. Let him make that pass real quick. And then we're going to move to Pro Modified. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, be warming them up, getting ready. Stock Eliminator, warm them up, get ready. Modified Eliminator, be standing by. Y'all are on deck. All right, we got him reset. Here we go. Boat number 881, Travis Tuttle driving for Marty Logan. They call the boat Living the Dream. Watch your head there, Jared. Racing out of Rio Vista, Texas. All right, Gary says start the tree. Let's do this thing. We got 30 seconds on the countdown. Travis Tuttle getting himself secured. Watch for that capsule to close. That's a good time to mash that record button if that's what you want to do. Top alcohol hydro, 4.2-ish seconds. There you go. He ran a 5:53 and shut it down at half track. He was already doing 133 mile an hour at the 660 mark. Right here at these green buoys. And then finished it out at a 106. I don't know if it missed a gear or he just shut it down, but either way, we'll get rescue over there, check on him. We'll get a jet ski to pull him back to the out ramp. And then we'll go from there. Travis Tuttle living the dream. All right, we got another top alcohol hydro. He's going to be in that locker, sports bar and grill, left-hand lane. That's going to be Kent Price out of Porter, Texas. That is a Curtis hydro hull, powered by 540 cubic inches of blown alcohol engine back there. They call that one Black Dragon. Sponsored by Honest Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Haskell, and Jake. And then we're going to move to Pro Mod. Personal Watercraft. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator. You guys should be warming up and ready to go. Personal Watercraft should be toward the water, at the water. Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Modified Eliminator, you guys need to be ready to go. We'll be calling you shortly. Personal Watercraft, this is going to be your final call. Personal Watercraft, your last call. Stock Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up. Top Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Personal Watercraft, last call. Stock Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, warming them up, getting ready. Top Eliminator, grab your gear. Guys will be coming up shortly. Want to send a big thank you out to Pat Kinsey Drywall. They're our reaction time sponsor all season long. Little payout for the best reaction time of each class. Pat Kinsey Drywall taking care of that for us. All right, here we go. Kent Price, Black Dragon. Boat number 904 in the left lane. Top Alcohol Hydro. 4.5 second machine, somewhere in that neighborhood. Big old blower strapped on top of an alcohol engine. Capsules down, here we go. Well, that was rather anticlimactic, I would say. I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully nothing major. They can get it on the trailer, take care of it real quick, and bring them back around. We'll see how it goes. Kent Price and Black Dragon. And that is going to bring us to Pro Modified, ladies and gentlemen, running on a 5.6 second index. And first up in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. Calls that boat Out of Reach, racing for Doug Mater. They racing out of Round Rock, Texas, sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, and Retirement. His whole crew, special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Waco, Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, and Mackenzie. And in the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Burnett, sorry, thank you. I heard somebody holler at me. They call that boat Aquaholic. Y'all need to understand I'm not from around here. I'm working on it. I'm trying real hard. Jay Hudgens calls that boat Aquaholic, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reali's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. All right. Starter says water looks good. Let's go yellow. 25 seconds on the countdown. Daryl Ehrlich out of reach in the left lane. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the right. Pro Modified on a 5-second index. Daryl Ehrlich's currently your number 2 qualifier. Jay Hudgens, number 5. He'd like to say something about that. He only ran a 6:29 last pass, so I'm sure he'd like to do better. Daryl Ehrlich gets it done, moves himself into the number 1 qualifier spot with a 5:68 and 0 on a 5.6 index, 158 mile an hour pass. Jay Hudgens, 0.18 of a second for a reaction time, and then still on the wrong side of the 6. He ran a 6:03 with a 1. .146 mile an hour pass, but that'll keep Jay Hudgens in that number 5 qualifying spot. Next up in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 459 is Henry Bainey out of Burton, Texas. Calls that boat Don't Blink. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 927, wound too tight, they call that boat. That is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. Henry Bainey was number 1. Now he's your number 2 qualifier. And he's creeping. And he'll stay number 2 with a 574 and 7. 574 with a 7. Turned it red by 35 hundredths of a second. At the lane, Robin Reed. On the other side will stay number 6. He ran a 559 with a 1. 559 with a 156 mile an hour pass on a 5.6 dial in. He was just a hair fast. And that won't help him. Stock Eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp already. Stock Eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should be warmed up, gassed up, and ready to go. Top Eliminator, you guys should be standing by. Got one more Pro Mod. In the winner's Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar. Calls that boat Anger Management, racing out of Comfort, Texas. Ran a 577 last time. That put him in the number 4 qualifying spot. If he can shave a 1/10 of a second off of that deal, he could bump Darrell Ehrlich out of the number 1 spot. That'd be something to see right there. Well, would you look at that? He didn't get number 1, but he made it to the number 2 qualifying spot with a 568 with an 8. 158 mile an hour pass, 45 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. We still got a couple more that need to run, though. We'll see what happens here. All right, here we go. I believe this is our last 2 for Pro Mod. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder. Calls the boat Top Gun, racing out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Poor Boys Diesel, Illumilighting, and Chasing Oil. And in the winner's Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 810, Mallory Carroll, racing out of Burnett, Texas. I got it that time. She calls that one a little more therapy. She started out on personal watercraft and worked her way up. I can't remember what they told me, but it was somewhere around 18 or 19 years this kid's been racing out here. Stock eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Stock eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, go ahead and bring them, get them wet. Stock eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, start warming them up. Pro eliminator, you're on deck. All right, got Mickey Snyder back out there, ready to go. He's currently your number 7 qualifier, has yet to make a qualifying pass so far today. They tell me he broke all 4 boats off the blower pulley earlier. So they took that back, got it squared away. Mallory Carroll comes in already, your number 4 qualifier. Got 20 seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules. When they close down, it's go time. Mickey Snyder looked like it never did pedal down. He got it squared away finally about half track, but it was way too late. 687 with a 4. Mallory Carroll turned it red by 0.04 of a second and then ran a 573 with a 1. 573 with a 1. That'll leave her in the number 4 qualifying spot. .157 mile per hour. Racer H2O, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Rathan Broadway calls that ski the Golden Child. He's now in at 11:25. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Petroplex Oil Field Services, Spring Creek Marine, where strangers become family, RV Repair Crew, RB Wilson, God for the Safety, MS Matthews, and Hawkins Battery. He is currently your number 1 qualifier. with an 11:28 and 4. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 357 is Jacob Nodler. Long time coming, the name of the machine. This young man just graduated from high school. He's dialed in at a 13 flat. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped him along the way. And he wants to dedicate this season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. Jacob's currently your number 5 qualifier with a 13:04 and 9. He's dialed in at a 13 flat. Round 3 of qualifying. Last chance to change your position if you're so inclined. They both jumped early and turned it red. Jacob Nodler dialed in at a 13 flat, ran a 13:103, and that'll move him up 2 points to the number 3 qualifying spot. Raven Broadway dialed in at an 11:25, ran an 11:27 with a 7, and he'll hold on to his number 1 qualifying spot. Sounds like the music's getting started back there. Okay, here we go. In the left lane, we got Delaney Head. They call that boat Head Start, boat number 762. And in the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 117S is Brandon Lempar and Megalodon. Brendan Lempar finishes with a 14:37 and 3 on a 14:15 dial-in, and that'll bump him up 2 spots to the number 6 qualifying spot. Delaney Head dialed in at a 12:95, ran a 12:99 and 1, and jumped up 3 spots to the number 2 qualifying spot. All right, here we go. In the locker, bar and grill, right left-hand lane, boat number 238S. That's going to be Shelby Hudgens. Call the boat Catch Me If You Can. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. She's dialed in at a 15.5, currently your number 8 qualifier. In the winner's family beef right-hand lane is Angelique Shaw, boat number 004, calls that one Being Bad. Dialed in at a 13.65, or excuse me, yeah, 13.65. She ran a 13.65.08 to be the number 7 qualifier. Sponsored by Mom and Dad, the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. And Angelique Shaw will move herself up one spot into the number 6 qualifying spot. She ran a 13.81 with a 6 for a 53-mile-an-hour pass. And Shelby Hudgens doesn't do any good at all. Ran a 16.11 on a 15.5 and then stays in the number 8 qualifying spot. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, go ahead and bring those to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator, start warming them up. Top Eliminator. Final call to the in-ramp. Or no, Top Eliminator, come to the in-ramp. Mod Eliminator, final call. Got another pair of personal watercraft in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Doing time 2, the name of the machine. Currently your number 2 qualifier. Dialed in at a 10.53. Sponsored by Ted Sacco DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Steffen, MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, S&E Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, Docks and Boat Rescue. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. He calls that boat Stretch. He's dialed in at a 12.75. Lynn Blackburn goes from your number 2 qualifier to number 4. With a 10.700, and Colton Byler will move up 3 points into the number 2 qualifying spot. Dialed in at a 12.75, ran a 10.79, 12.79 with a 2. And that is going to bring us to Stock Eliminator. Top Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator, be warming them up. Get ready. All right, here we go. First pair of Stock Eliminators in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy, sponsored by, or rather, Rodney Blackstock driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner and racing in memory of Max Davis. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane is boat number 169, Michael Ratliff. He calls that little outboard Capital Punishment. Dialed in at a 9.4. Michael Ratliff will jump up 2 spots to the number 2 qualifying spot. Dialed in a 9.4, ran a 9.45 with a 1. Turned it red by 37 hundredths of a second, but it won't matter today. Rodney Blackstock on the other side will be your number 11 qualifier. Dialed in a 9 flat and ran too fast. Ran an 8.99 with a 1. Broke out by 9 thousandths of a second. And that'll keep him down there in that number 11 qualifying spot, but he went for it. Hey, Craig, can you come back around the front of the tower? Our next pair of stock eliminators in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It. He's dialed in at a 12.7. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, WCR Construction. In the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff. Calls that outboard the Bullet. He's a first-time racer, and Dr. Topliff is vice president at Angelo State University, and he's dialed in at a 12.8. Zachary Watson in the left lane moves himself up 3 spots into the number 5 qualifying spot. Dialed in at a 10.7, ran a 10.89 with a 3 for a 69-mile-an-hour pass. Don Topliff dialed in at 12.8, ran a 14.16, and he'll stay the number 7 qualifier. Hey, Craig, can you come back to the timing tower? Craig, come back to the tower, please. All right, here we go. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 817, Stephen Russell. He's racing for Chris Russell, calls that boat Harry Canary. Sponsored by A. Shaw, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports, and special thanks to Rick Gordon. Currently your number one qualifier, and he's dialed in at a 9 and 62. In the winner's family beef right-hand lane is going to be Dusty Peterson out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Collusion. So at the end of 3, Stephen Russell will stay your number one qualifier. Dialed in a 962, ran a 977 with a 1 for a 76-mile-an-hour pass. Dusty Peterson will move himself up 4 spots to the number 4 qualifying spot. Dialed in a 94, ran a 952 with a 382-mile-an-hour pass, 52 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. All right. Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, final call for third round. Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator. Go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator. Go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, be warming them up. Pro Jet, be ready. You guys will come up after that. Next pair of stock Eliminators. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 1776. They call that one American Pride. That is Ricky Brooks. Been working on this boat for 3 years, hoping to get it dialed in. Sponsored by Creations Boat Docks, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets, and the tuner Mickey Harlow. In the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 80, CW Word. Out of San Angelo, Texas, sponsored by Flying F Farms, making his first appearance of the day. They call this boat Worst Case Scenario. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. Ricky Brooks, currently your number 9 qualifier out of 13 boats, with a 969 and 1, looking to see if he can improve his position a little bit. Yes. You ladies over here stealing my shade. Let's see how you are. Yeah, Ricky Brooks moves himself up 5 spots to the number 4 qualifying spot with a 969 and 7, 9697, and that'll be good enough. And CD Word will be your number 12 qualifier coming into eliminations tomorrow. He dialed in a 9 flat, ran a little fast, and ran an 889 with a 7. All right, here we go. Next pair in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 746 is Blackie Beam. He calls the boat Blackie's Magic, racing out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Authora Stage, and my wife Linda, and Crypt Water Sports, and Ken and Susan Land. In the Winters Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. Calls this boat Young Gun. All right, Blackie Beam and Blackie's Magic. He'll stay your number 6 qualifier, ran a 10:57 and 0, a little faster than the 10:65 he dialed in. Garrick Snyder and the Young Gun turned it red by 8 thousandths of a second and then ran a 9.484. 9.484 on a 9:43 dial in. And that'll leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. Speaking of young guns, I don't know if Colton's watching today on Racer H2O, but if you are, howdy do, buddy. Just thought I'd shout you out. Quick Eliminator and Pro Eliminator. Need you guys at the end ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, you need to be warmed up and ready to go. Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet, you guys are on deck. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Modified, you guys will be up after that. Got ourselves another pair of stock eliminators in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Calls that boat Big Iron. He's dialed in at a 10-3, currently sitting in your number 3 qualifying spot, which surprises me just a little bit. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Do it again, Doolin. Racing out of Kingsland, Texas. He's dialed in at a 10.8. So neither one of them going to move at all. All right, so Walter Doolin dialed in at a 10.8, ran an 11.55 with a 2, and it didn't help him. He'll stay the number 10 qualifier. He was trying real hard, though. He jumped 1.7 seconds early. Grant Snyder and Big Iron in the left lane turned it red by 33 hundredths of a second and then ran a 10.27 with an 8. 10.27 with an 8 on a 10.3 dial-in, which was faster than his dial-in by 21 thousandths of a second, and that'll keep him in the number 13 qualifying spot. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. In too deep, they call that boat. Out of Buckholtz, Texas. Modified eliminator now, running on an 8-second index. He's currently your number 1 qualifier with an 8:02 with a 1. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas. Calls that boat Outlaw. Jesse James' boat did not sound right that entire pass. And you can see the evidence of it right here, 11.8 for that run. That was just not running the way he wanted it to. But that's all right. He's still in the number 3 qualifying spot. And that'll take care of it for now. Your number one qualifier, still Andrew Decker in too deep, boat number 311. He dialed in an 8 flat and broke out by 77 thousandths. Ran a 792 with a 2. Got a late stock eliminator in the winner's family beef right-hand lane is boat number 877. They call that one White Girl. That's Justin Stewart. Out of Austin, Texas, sponsored by RB Props, Infamous Brewery, Aquatic Balance Pool Services. Special thanks to Bill Diaz, Bob York, Steve and Kayla Brady, Ryan Harper, Jackson, and Sydney Stewart. He's dialed in at a 9.4. And he's currently the number 8 qualifier with a 945 with an 8. He was trying to find that happy spot on the down plate. Finally got it about 3/4 of the way down the track, but guess what? He managed to bump himself up 6 spots to the number 2 qualifying spot. Ran a 944 with a 2 on a 9-4 dial-in. That'll get it job. That will get the job done. That's what I was trying to say. It's been a long day already, y'all. Nice job for Justin. All right, check this out. We're back to modified eliminator on an 8-second index. And in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane, we got Greg Conley. He's driving the 239 machine they call Thunder and Lightning. It's a TX18 Youngblood powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Cars Restoration, RK Ranco Industries, and Pumps by Chop. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage, boat number 794. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. He's currently the number 2 qualifier with an 808 and 4. So Lane will finish the day as the number 2 qualifier, 807 with a 5. 807 with a 5 on an 8-second index. Greg Conley took him 2.2 seconds to get off the line, and then a nice, slow, easy run down. I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but there's no sense breaking anything. Ran a 967 with a 5. Take it back to the pit, see if you can figure it out, and then we'll go from there. He'll still come into tomorrow as your number 4 qualifier. All right, Pro Eliminator and Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator, final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, be warming them up and get ready. Pro Mod, you're on deck, be standing by. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp. All right, in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp. He calls it Side Chick. Currently your number 6 qualifier. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is Steven Sutton, boat number 990. Top eliminator looking for a 7-second index. He calls his boat Borrowed Money. So we got a modified eliminator in the left lane and a top eliminator in the right. All right, James Kemp on an 8-second index, ran an 8.18 with a 6. That'll bump him up one spot into the number 5 qualifier. And Steven Sutton came in number 7. He'll stay there. Ran a 7.43 with a 4 on a 7-second index. Whew. All right, your next set. We ended up with another modified eliminator and top eliminator paired up. Not sure who was loading the ramp here. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. He calls that boat Happy Hour. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is Jerry Branham. That boat's called Back in Black, boat number 715. Your number 1 qualifier and top eliminator with a 7.005. Jerry Branham ran a 7.03 with a 6. 7.03 with a 6. He'll stay the number 1 qualifier. Stephen Walls in the left lane. Ran a little fast. He broke out by 11 thousandths of a second. Ran a 7.98 with an 8 on an 8-second index, and that'll leave him sitting in the number 6 qualifying spot. Finally got a pair of top eliminators in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Boat number 050 is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. Calls that boat Mama's Diamond. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, your number 1 qualifier so far is going to be Ashley Winslet. Vanishing Breed, the name of the boat. Boat number 655. 7 seconds the index. Here we go. Bob Winder jumped early and turned it red by almost 0.2 of a second, then ran a 7.23. And that'll leave him in the number 5 qualifying spot. Ashley Winslet ran a 7.15 with a 3. 7.15 with a 3, and that'll leave her in the number 1 qualifying spot. And I'm sorry I misspoke. That'll leave her in the number 6 qualifying spot. Next up in the top eliminator spot, in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas, sponsored by Olson Pump Piling. And they call that boat Money Well Wasted. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. Calls that one Texas High Risk, racing out of Midland, Texas. Thanks to Bethany and Daniel Lindley, Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, the entire crew that always supports him. Currently your number 3 qualifier. So neither one of them will move. George Olson rather, On a 7-second index, ran a 7:38 with a 9. 7:38 with a 9. And Kevin Conklin, on a 7-second index, ran a 7:07 with a 2. 7:07 with a 2, and that'll still keep him in that number 3 qualifying spot. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 789 is going to be Dawson Dickerson. Calls that boat Dad's Pocketbook. Pro Eliminator running on a 6.5 second index, and currently your number 1 qualifier for Pro Eliminator. And in the Winners Family Beef, the right-hand lane was Brody Martin in the red, boat number 505. And he's your number 1 qualifier for Quick Eliminator.
That's perfect, Greg. Thank you.
He ran a 6:02 for his number 1 qualifying spot. This time, he broke out by 19 thousandths of a second, ran a 5:98. Dawson Dickerson on a 6.5 index ran a 6:49 and 3. Hey, all you folks out there in Racer H2O land, got to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
All right, here we go. Cersei Elrod in the left lane. Pro Eliminator looking for 6.5. In the right lane, Robert Anderson and Mutual Funds looking for 6. You need a hat. Sorry. Cersei Elrod turns it red by 1.14 seconds. They're on their way. Not sure what's going on there, but Robert Anderson looked like he was having problems for sure. He was already up and moving before that boat even slowed down. I think he's trying to put a plug in that boat. I think they probably got out there without one. We'll see what happens. Rescue will hook that thing up and get it out of there hopefully here real quick. So it looks like, and obviously I don't have any info, but it looks like Robert Anderson, they may have forgotten to put the plug in the boat. He jumped up trying to get around back. He even jumped in the water trying to see if he could get it to stop. And rescue's out there with him, so we'll let those guys handle their business. And I'll get back to you when I know more. All right, Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Outlaw, your final call to the water. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the end ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the end ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the end ramp. Pro Modified, need you warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Hydro, Top Fuel Hydro, bring them if you're ready. All right, so I talked a little bit about this earlier, and our rescue guys and the capabilities out there. There's EMTs on those boats, there's firefighters on those boats, there's divers on those boats. They've got winches, they got all kinds of equipment ready to take care of whatever happens. As you saw the boat that came through earlier, if you were here this morning, we call it the Spider, kind of a goofy looking, heavy lifting boat. And I suspect we'll get that one out here in just a minute. See if we can salvage that boat for Robert Anderson. That is definitely not the run he wanted today by any means. And like I said, I don't have any details right this moment, but I've seen it a time or two, and it looks like probably got out there without the plug in, and when he started to shut down, he felt the water coming in, and that's why he went to the back and jumped in trying to see if he could plug those holes with his hands. All right, Racer H2O, we got to pay some bills. We'll be right back.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
That'll be held at the Waco race. All right, want to welcome back our Racer H2O folks. We're in the midst of taking care of Robert Anderson and his machine right now. There comes the Spider. All right, so while I'm at it, speaking about RESP, they also are having a raffle. That raffle's been held all year at all the racing venues that RESP supports. And they're raffling off a Yeti Tundra 110 worth about $500. Those tickets are $5 each, and they're also available up there at the Drag Boat Review trailer. I will tell y'all that that's a pretty good deal, actually. I buy like $20 worth of tickets at every race just to make sure that I help support those guys because their programs are just absolutely amazing. I've seen them in action when we've had racers get injured and whatnot, and it's just absolutely amazing the support they provide, being there to help the family, being there with the family, and taking care of all that stuff. So if you get the opportunity, go by and see them, buy yourself a raffle ticket, help support them a little bit. Every bit of the money they use for those services is donated, or through membership. So make sure you get that done. So that RESP silent auction will be July 16th during the Duel on the Brazos in Waco, Texas. Bidding will begin at noon and end at 4 p.m. or 30 minutes after the final run of the day. They're looking for donations, and the options are absolutely endless. You can put in TVs, camcorders, gift baskets, lottery tickets, sporting equipment, jackets, travel experiences, whatever you can think of, children's items, dining and wine tasting, sports memorabilia, whatever. Put it in there and see what happens. Laura Winslet, Chantal Winslet, those guys are helping that. Beverly Stokes, Dewana Kirkland. You could see any of them to get your donations made for the RESP silent auction. And then don't forget to pick up your raffle tickets for that Yeti 110 cooler. There's actually some consolation prizes for some soft-sided coolers as well. So all of that stuff available. Be sure and check it out. While we got a little break in the action, cruise on up here to the top. You can see some of the vendors. The Locker Sports Bar and Grill's got a booth set up there. They're selling frozen margaritas and hurricanes. It's starting to get warm enough. That might be a good idea. Also, Sassy's Snack Bar, or Snack Shack, rather. They've got funnel cakes and carnival foods and that kind of stuff, and some ice-cold lemonade back there. Kona Gourmet Shaved Ice. And then there is a booth up there that's making and selling custom sublimation cups. So if you want a customized vacuum sealed cup, one of the nice ones that you can carry around, keep your drink hot or cold all day long, they can fix you up a custom one up there, and they're doing them right here on site. So go up there and check that out. Several boutiques are set up there with jewelry and clothing. So lots of stuff to do up on top of the hill over there. Don't forget, tonight there will be live music. Zach Webb Band going to be the headliner. Jamie Bergeron and Kickin' Cajuns will be here, and Kinfo will be here. 3 bands playing live right here at the park. So stick around for that. If you haven't already had a chance to get some crawfish, I don't know if they're out or not yet, but man, go up there and check that out. $20 $25 a flat rather, and that includes corn and potatoes. They brought in 4,000 pounds of crawfish, so go get what you can. And then tomorrow morning, Trinity Racing Ministries will be doing chapel service. They'll have a non-denominational chapel service. That'll be up here behind us at the pavilion. That'll start at 8 a.m. And if you need some coffee on the way there after too much revelry this evening, Bayou Bistro will be set up selling coffee in the morning. Hot coffee, iced lattes, iced macchiatos. They'll have all of that stuff available. And then, since you're making the trip up the hill anyway, stop by the SDBA merchandise trailer up at the top there. They've got SDBA hoodies, blingy t-shirts, women's tank tops, event shirts. They've got racer shirts up there from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, A Little More Therapy, Don't Blink, Flat Nasty, Mutual Funds, Chicks Dig It, and Wild Thing. They got all those shirts up there. So stop by, give them a look-see. Might find one you really like. I'm telling you, there's a few of them that are just absolutely amazing. Really cool-looking shirts. And then while I'm at it, want to thank our sponsors making it possible for us to be here this weekend. All right, we need truck and trailer for boat number 017. Robert Anderson, back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 017, Robert Anderson. They're going to need that one back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 017, Robert Anderson, back to the in-ramp, please. All right, like I said, sponsors for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown at Lake Brady, deep in the heart of Texas. Want to thank The Locker Sports Bar and Grill, Winners Family Beef, JB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Jimmy's Septic Service, Dodco Construction. I'm sure that's probably supposed to be Dodd Company Construction. I just can't read. There's no space in the middle of that. And JK Awards, all those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown at Lake Brady. We got one more race in June coming up the 25th and 26th. We're going to be just down the road here a little ways in San Angelo, Texas. So if you want to join us, come on out. 25th, 26th, we will be in San Angelo. And then on July 16 and 17, we will be in Waco for the duel on the Brazos. And then in August 13 and 14, we're headed all the way up for Paris, Texas. So lots of stuff on our schedule. If you want to know more about that, you can find it on our website at sdbaracing.com, sdbaracing.com. You can also give us a follow on Facebook, give us a like at either SDBA or Southern Drag Boat Association. Either one of those will work. Also, a huge shout out to our folks at Racer H2O for live streaming all of these races for us. And all of you folks that are watching right now, I'm pretty sure they got a feed going on it, but we had a boat, I think, I don't have any confirmation yet, but what I suspect happened is they made a pass without the plug in the boat and picked up a whole bunch of water, and right at the finish line, he realized it and tried to get back there and plug it, but it went motor deep. So they've got it hooked up, and they're bringing it back to the in-ramp, and we'll get that boat out of the water. The driver is fine physically. So there you go. You're all caught up. We're right in the middle of quick eliminator once we do get a green course. They're all lined up down here on the in-ramp. And for those of you at Racer H2O, like I said, we're right in the middle of quick eliminator. We got Pro Outlaw, Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, and Pro Modified still to go. And then hopefully we're going to have Top Alcohol Hydro and Top Fuel Hydro still to run. Just waiting to hear the official word. So I don't have any more solid info, but from the word I'm getting, it sounds like maybe the flywheel hit the bottom of the boat and may have created a leak. And that may have been actually what caused the issue. I assume that this has already happened, but we need truck and trailer for boat number 017, Robert Anderson, back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat number 017, Robert Anderson. We need that boat at the in-ramp. So tough luck for Robert Anderson. I know darn good well that is not the outcome he was looking for this weekend. Especially if he really did end up with a broken hull, and that's the reason why he's got troubles. So that is definitely not the way that should have gone. And the other thing that I would ask for y'all is if you get a chance, man, when these rescue boats come back by, y'all give them a big old round of applause. Those guys are out there busting their butts to rescue that boat, to keep those people safe, and to get what needs to be done. So if you get a chance when they come back by, y'all give them a big round of applause, because those guys are absolutely amazing. I've seen them in action in all kinds of situations. And it's just a thing to watch. Those guys are crazy good at what they do. We talked about the Spider doing the heavy lifting. You can see what they've got going out there. They've got a jet ski hooked onto the front of that boat, and the Spider boat holding up the rear of the boat, which is the heavy end of it, to keep it from going back down into the water. That little jet ski's working hard trying to get that thing moved, but that's the way it'll get done, and they'll bring that thing back around and get it worked on getting it back on the trailer. Or maybe they're just going to beach it over there. Yep, looks like that might be the plan. We'll see what they do here in just a second, but it's possible that they're going to beach it over there in the shallow water and let it sit until after the race so that we don't have to keep everybody sitting out here in the sun. And then they'll go back and recover it after we're done racing. Truth be told, any damage that was going to be done from it sitting in the water is already done. So hopefully, as long as they can keep it beached there and not have it sink, and then have to get it off the bottom, then that's exactly the way to go, and that'll get us a chance to get these other guys moving since they're sitting out here cooking in the sun. No? All right, never mind, they are. They're resetting the straps. We just got the word over the radio. get the straps reset so that it's riding a little better, and then they're going to pull it the rest of the way over here to the end ramp. Trying to make it blow the... All right, so they're back underway. So they're back underway. Looks like they're moving a little bit better than they were before, so that reset was probably a good idea. We'll get that thing back around over here to the in-ramp, get them on the trailer. And hopefully the worst part of Robert's Day will be done. All right. When we get a green course, your next pair is going to look like this. Couple of quick eliminators. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, will be Larry Flores. Hydroclimatic, the name of that machine. Boat number 910. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. His wife, Kim Flores. A special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys, the Bodyworks, and the good Lord above for all their help. In winter family beef right-hand lane, going to be boat number 392. That is Jason Gothard out of San Angelo. He calls that one Texas Red. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractors. Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, and the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Bruce and Sella Hodges all helping him out. Currently, Jason Gothard is your number 2 qualifier with a 6:03 and 4. And Larry Flotis has yet to be above 6.2. And I know that boat can run faster than that. I've seen it. So we'll just have to see. Maybe he's gone back to the pits, made some changes, and we'll see what happens. But currently he's sitting in the number 6 qualifying spot with a 6:24 and 2. Larry's another one of those racers I've been watching race for a long time, 20 plus years probably. And I know him well enough to know he's absolutely not happy with that. So we'll see. But that'll be your pairing when we get a green course. Joseph Colleen. You know who that is? Never mind then. We found your debit card, but Ashley's got it. She's going to bring it to you. Hey, Ashley, can you come back down to the timing tower with that card? We got somebody said she'll deliver it. I told you he didn't want to run 6.2s all day, and it did help him a little bit. Larry Flotis moves up 2 steps to the number 4 qualifying spot with a 6.11 with a 9. 143 mile an hour pass. Jason Goddard came in number 2. He stays number 2. Ran a 6.03 with a 6. Pro Outlaw should be coming up. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat should be at the in-ramp. And Pro Modified, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. So just real quick, the scoreboard over there is not working right now because they ran out of gas, and the guy that normally fills the gas is driving the Spider. So we'll get him over there. We'll put gas in it in just a minute. Right now, though, in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. And through the fire, and in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 657, Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight. Gavin Snyder, currently your number 1 qualifier. And I was very much wrong. He was the number 7 qualifier. And he just ran a 6:48 with a 9. And that will not get the job done. Ken Jenkins ran a 6:09 with a 1. That'll put him in the number 3 qualifying spot, or leave him in the number 3 qualifying spot. And that should bring us to Pro Outlaw. Those guys will be very happy to get back around and get in some air conditioning. All right, moving on to Pro Outlaw. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 777 is Eric Dement and Real Bad Boy. Pro Outlaw running on a 5.2 second index. He's racing out of Luling, Texas. 2021 High Points champion, looking to see if he can do it again. Special thanks to the crew, Perch, Bass, Brandon, Kaysen, and Logan, and thanks to Ronnie Odom for all the help. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress. He calls that green machine Bad Influence. And he'll be coming around the corner here shortly, racing out of Burleson, Texas. All right, never mind. We're not going to pair Cody Childress in there yet. They're still hooking him up to bring him around, so we're going to let Eric Dement run. He's been sitting out there in the sun for a while. Real Bad Boy, boat number 777. Your number 3 qualifier with a 563 on a 5.2 index. And with a 522 and 8, 522 and 8 for 167 mile an hour pass, Eric Dement takes the number 1 qualifying spot. That's an amazing run right there. That looked good. Now we're going to get Cody Childress in the lane. He knows what he's got to do now. He's got to get within 28 hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second, excuse me, if he wants to take that number one spot. We'll see what happens. Currently, he's in the number two. Cody Childress now in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane. Boat number 077. Oh, look at that water. You couldn't ask for anything better. Hopefully we can get our top alcohol hydro and our top fuel hydro back around. I think we actually had two top alcohol hydros. So ProJet and ProComp Flat should already be at the in-ramp. ProJet and ProComp Flat, you guys should already be at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, you guys should be warmed up, geared up, fueled, and ready to go. I will be calling you shortly. So we are going to get a pair in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. It's going to be Steve Carter, boat number 777S. Calls that one Money for Nothing. He's currently your number 3 qualifier with a 532. Sponsored by Carter Paint and Body, Wolf Auto Machine, Gumby Performance, MTR Performance, PPG, Mickey's Toy Box, Bespoke Coatings. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress, Bad Influence. Currently your number 2 qualifier with a 523 and 9. Racing out of Burleson, Texas. All right, starter says let's do this. Clock is running. Got 25 seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules. When they close, it's go time. that's the way it's done. Steve Carter moves himself into the number 2 qualifying spot. We're in a 5:23 with a 1. Cody Childress ran a 5:24 with a 1. And that'll take him down 1 notch by about 8 thousandths of a second. And he'll be in your number 3 qualifying spot. I guess we are going to run this one as a single. That's going to be Bill Wire in the winner's family beef right-hand lane. Calls that one alcoholic behavior, boat number 1028. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. There you go. All right, so Bill Wire, just like that, moves himself into the number 1 qualifying spot from number 4 with a 175-mile-an-hour pass, 5:21 with a 1 on a 5.2 index, and 7 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. I bet he hopes he's got another one of those in his pocket for tomorrow. That would come in real handy. ProJet and ProComp Flat. This is your final call to the water. ProJet and ProComp Flat. Final call. Pro Modified. We're ready for your boats at the end ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat. Final call to the water. Pro Modified. Bring them to the in-ramp. Time to get them wet. All right, here we go. Next up in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 521, racing out of Odessa, Texas, is Rick Blethroad, sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. They call that boat Wild Thing. Rick Blethroad, currently the number 5 qualifier with a 5:51 and 8. All right, starter says let's do this. 30 seconds on the countdown. Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing. Those big twin turbos. Getting ready to make this thing go. Woo. I sure would have liked to see him get out of that a little bit, but he made it down there in one piece, so we'll see how it goes. That boat was hoppy the whole way down. Never did seem to take a good set. And he ran too fast on both ends of the course. He turned it red by 94 thousandths of a second and then ran a 5:07 with a 1 on a 5.2 index and broke out by just over 12 hundredths of a second. And that'll leave him sitting in the number 5 qualifying spot. All right, so they tell me that the boat that sunk earlier, it was the flywheel indeed. Flywheel came loose and disintegrated and put some holes in the bottom of the boat. Started taking on water, and there's a whole lot of weight sitting back there. We're just glad that he's okay. All right, here we go. Pro Jet. Pro Jet heads up drag racing. Only going to the 800-foot mark. 660, excuse me. So the yellow buoys will be the place. Their really only limit is 145 miles an hour. Can't run any faster than that. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 060 is Ray Males. Calls the boat Blue Thunder, racing out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Henson's Racing Engines, and special thanks to the Males family who made it possible for Ray to be here with us today. Mama Cheryl, we miss you. We love you. Robert Ledbetter always helping out. And in the winner's family beat right-hand lane is Pat Hobbs and Manufactured Money. Boat number 419. Sponsored by Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Morgan & Sons Racing, Huffman Performance, and Hobbs Motorsports. So I'm not sure what happened there with Ray Males. He was hitting 105 at 660. But ended up finishing with a 574 and a 4. 574 with a 4 at 91 miles an hour. And we have a new number 1 qualifier. Pat Hobbs moved himself all the way up to number 1. He ran a 4:72 with a 4 at 134 miles an hour. And here comes our next two pro jets in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 356 is Robert Ledbetter out of Owasso, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Honey Badger. In the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 987 is Jeremy Dickerson out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. He calls that boat Can't Quit. Jeremy Dickerson, currently your number 2 qualifier with a 473. See them putting our Pro Comp flats on the holding rope. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. All right. We're going to get this thing done. Robert Ledbetter in the Honey Badger in the left lane. Jeremy Dickerson can't quit in the right. I don't. Robert Ledbetter too fast at both ends of the course. He turned it red by 55 hundredths of a second. And then he ran 145.8 miles an hour, which is above the 145 mile an hour limit on a 423. Jeremy Dickerson, 17 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 466 with a 5 at 127 mile an hour. Says they're going to. Pro Comp Flat in the Locker Bar, Sports Bar and Grill. Left-hand lane is Kevin Hibden, boat number 187J, Visual Noise. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane is Dylan Crownover and Bad Company 2. I don't know what happened with Kevin Hibden. He does not look super happy out there. Dylan Crownover in Pro Comp Flat dialed in at a 635, ran a 640 and 6406. 94 thousandths of a second for a reaction time, 127 mile an hour pass. We'll need truck and trailer for boat number 187J. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 187J. Kevin Hibden back to the in-ramp. Need truck and trailer for 187J. Kevin Hibden back to the in-ramp, please. All right, next up we got Vic Fugate, boat number 238. He's in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left lane. Calls that one flat blacked out, and he's dialed in at a 6.8. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring and Nasty Rumors dialed in at a 6 flat. Currently your number 2 qualifier with a 6:01 and 1. Jeff Loring dialed in at a 6 flat, ran a 6:02 with a 5. 6:02 with a 5. And ran 132 mile an hour pass. Vic Fugate dialed in at a 6'8", ran a 783 at 110 mile an hour. Your next pair is in the lanes. In the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. He calls the boat Can't Get Right. He's dialed in at a 6.8. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Never Satisfied. He's also dialed in at a 6.8, racing out of Conroe, Texas. So Tim Ortiz dialed in a 6'8", ran a 6'98 with a 0, 6'980. Randy Cockrell dialed in a 6'8", ran a 7'18 with a 4, 7'18 with a 4. Okay. Yeah. What else you got? I'll take those. We're still running Pro-Com flat. And we got a new pair in the lanes. I can't tell. I can see the in-ramp. No, I still see a couple more over there. And here we go. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill. Sports Bar and Grill. Ugh. Boat number 323 is Frank Carter out of Liberty Hill, Texas. Calls that boat Flat Flying, sponsored by Magnum Trailers. His wife, Carrie Carter, his financial advisor. Special thanks to the Relentless crew, Everett and Jarrett Huddleston, and the Hudgens family. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 502, they call that one Whiskey Tango. And that is Andy Comstock. That boat's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, and Elements Salon. Frank Carter dialed in at a 6.15. Andy Comstock dialed in at a 6.56. Frank Carter was all over that pedal on the way down, but he got it to set down before he got to about half track. He dialed in at a 6.15, ran a 6.12 with a 9, and that'll leave him in that number 4 qualifying spot. And Andy Comstock dialed in at a 6.56, ran a 6.59 with a 7, and he'd be the number 1 qualifier coming out of 3 rounds. Larry Skiro going to be the next and last Pro Comp flat, I believe. He's in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, boat number 075. They call that one Flat Nasty, racing out of Highland Haven, Texas. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke. Signs across Texas, Joey Wittenberg Construction, Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing, Casa Piero Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin, Ashland, and his wife Julie. And that machine took a nice set right down and ran like he asked it to. And we got a number 1 qualifier now out of Larry Skiro. He dialed in a 6:38, ran a 6:38 with a perfect run. He dialed in 6.380, ran a 6.3800 at 131 mile an hour. That is a beautiful run, and it set down and ran so pretty. That was just absolutely amazing, and that'll make him the number 1 qualifier. All right, that's going to bring us to Pro Modified. Running on a 5.6 second index. And your first pair of Pro Modifieds look like this. In the locker, sports bar and grill, left-hand lane is boat number 178. That is Daryl Ehrlich. Calls that one out of reach, racing for Doug Mater out of Round Rock, Texas. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, Retirement, and his whole crew. Special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Waco. Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, and Mackenzie. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane is boat number 832, Jay Hudgens. Calls it Aquaholic. Racing out of Burnett, Texas. Magnum Trailers, Reale's Italian Cafe, roostersrepairs.com, Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew. Dustin Hudgens. If you want to declare into another class, you already know we've run everybody 3 rounds except for Pro Modified. So if you already know that you're going to declare into a different class than what you've been running, you need to come up and fill out a declaration form, please, and get that done. By rule, you have up to 30 minutes after we finish our last pass. But if you already know, you might as well just come up and get that taken care of. Come see Miss Tanya, get yourself squared away, and we'll get that done so we can get the pairing done right away afterwards. Also, if you need to declare broke, you can go ahead and do that now. Top Alcohol Hydro, go ahead and warm them up, bring them to the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro, warm them up, bring them to the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro, get them warmed up, bring them to the in-ramp, please. All right, starter says let's do this thing. 25 seconds on the countdown. Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich and out of reach in the left lane. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the right lane. Pro Modified, both running on a 5.6 second index. So Daryl Ehrlich runs a 568 with a 7. 568 and 7 at 158 miles an hour. And he will remain your number 1 qualifier. Jay Hudgens ran a 577 on a 5.6 index, 154 mile an hour pass. Turned it red by 5 thousandths of a second. All right, here comes your next pair. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill. Left-hand lane, boat number 115S is going to be Greg Lempar. Out of Comfort, Texas, they call the boat Anger Management. Currently your number 2 qualifier with a 568 and 8. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane is going to be boat number 927. That is Robin Reed. Wound too tight, the name of the boat. He's currently sitting at the number 7 spot with a breakout. Ran a 5:59 with a 4 on a 5.6 index. He would like to make that better, and we'll see what happens. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries, and special thanks to the crew chief Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie for all their help, the Tuttle family for all they do for them, Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. They're racing out of Arlington, Texas. Nice looking red and white machine. Top Alcohol Hydro. Go ahead and warm them up. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Warm them up. Bring them down. Greg Lempar, Anger Management in the left lane. Robin Reed, bound too tight in the right. 5 seconds left on the countdown. Here we go. Capsules are down. Woohoo! Yes, sir. Greg Lempar runs a 5.709. 5.709. And he will be the number 2 qualifier. Robin Reed runs too fast again on a 5.6 index. Broke out by 48 thousandths of a second, ran a 5.55 with a 1 at 158 miles an hour, and that'll leave him sitting in the number 7 spot. Hey, all you folks out there in Racer H2O land, we got to take a break real quick, pay some bills. We'll be right back.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
All right, Racer H2O, we're back. Thanks for coming back with us. We are right in the middle of Pro Modified. And our top alcohol hydros are working their way toward the water. We are just about finished with our third round of qualifying. And we're happy to have y'all out there in internet land. We are super excited to be here in the heart of Texas, in Brady, Texas, to be exact, I guess was what I was trying to say, for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown here at Lake Brady. We got another pair of Pro Modifieds right now in the Locker Sports Bar and Grill left-hand lane. Boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat A Little More Therapy. She's currently your number 4 qualifier. And in the Winners Family Beef right-hand lane, Henry Bainey. Don't blink, boat number 459 out of Burton, Texas. Mallory Carroll jumped early and she knew it, turned it red by 11 thousandths of a second. You heard her kind of pop it, trying to buy enough time for that green to flash, and it didn't quite get there, but it doesn't matter today. She ran a 5.66 with an 8 on the 159 miles an hour pass, and that'll move her up 2 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot. Henry Bainey ran a 6.22 with a 2, and he will be your number 1 qualifier at 154 miles an hour. So there you go. I believe Steve Walls is backing in right now. Made a couple of shakedown passes earlier today, making sure everything was right. Has not made a competition qualifying pass yet today, but it looks like they're putting him in the water right now. He's going to bring that thing up and make a pass. I want to thank all you folks out at Racer H2O for spending the day with us, sitting on your recliner in your air-conditioned house. We appreciate y'all. But we're glad you're here, and we're super glad Racer H2O has signed on and agreed to live stream these events for us. So if you can't make it to the next race in San Angelo or any of the other races and you still want to catch all the racing action, you can do that. Give them a follow on Facebook. You can also subscribe on YouTube, and you will get a notification when it's time to log in and watch the race. Or you can go to their website, racerh2o.com, and click the link, and that'll take you to the live stream as well. Either way, if you haven't watched it yet, it's really well done. So go check it out when you get an opportunity. All right, we got Steve Walls in the water. Going to bring him over here and put him on the holding rope. Let him try to make one qualifying run for the day. And our top alcohol hydros are in the lanes over there, getting ready to back in and put those in the water. Don't forget this evening, we've already heard them playing a little bit. Zach Webb Band will be here. They're the headliner tonight. Ken Foe and Jamie Bergeron and Kickin' Cajuns will be playing here tonight as well. So stick around. Got live music. I don't know how much is left, but they got 4,000 pounds of crawfish. If there still is some up there, $25 a flat with corn and potatoes. I'm not sure how long the vendors are going to stick around, but for right now, we've got vendors with frozen margaritas and hurricanes. That's the Locker Sport Bar and Grill. Sassy's Snack Shack has funnel cakes and carnival foods. And they and ice cold lemonade. Kona Gourmet shaved ice. They're set up there. All right. So our last Pro Modified is going to be in the winner's family beef right-hand lane. That's going to be boat number 007S. Steve Walls calls that one shaken, not stirred. Okay, I'm sorry. I told y'all this was going to be a qualifying run, and it's not. He's making another shakedown pass. They've still been working on it, trying to figure everything out. So I'm assuming what that'll mean is if he does run tomorrow, he'll run in a slow boat on the class. Gary says we can go yellow. We're going to get it done. Steve Walls, shaken, not stirred, out of San Angelo, Texas. Here we go. Oop. There it goes. Well, that set down and ran real nice. Hopefully they'll be happy with that run. We'll see how it goes. All right. And now we're just going to wait real quick for our top alcohol hydros. I see one of them backing down the ramp right now. And I see the other one right behind them. So we're going to get those guys up there as a pair, I think. That'll be a whole lot of fun. Don't forget tonight, live music right here at Brady Lake. Zach Webb Band, Jamie Bergeron and Kickin' Cajuns, and Kinfo all going to be playing tonight. If you haven't had a chance yet, go up and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's up there on the midway. Got SDBA hoodies and blingy shirts, women's tank tops, event shirts. She's also got racer shirts from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, A Little More Therapy, Don't Blink, Flat Nasty, Mutual Funds, Chicks Dig It, and Wild Thing. If you haven't already been up there to see them, go up and see the folks at Drag Boat Review. They've got their trailer set up there on the in the midway by the vendors. Got magazines and subscriptions for those magazines. Pretty cool stuff. They follow all of the drag boat racing associations all over the country. They have information about all of them. You can follow them on Facebook as well and check out their website. They've also got t-shirts, tank tops, t-shirts for the ladies, custom fine silver drag boat pendants, and necklaces. While you're up there, pick up your raffle tickets for a chance to win a Yeti Tundra 110 worth about $500. Those tickets are $5 a piece. That'll help support Racers Emergency Support Program. RESP also having a silent auction. That'll be at the Waco race. So if you have any items that you would like to drop off or donate for that auction, you can go up and see the ladies up there at the Drag Boat Review trailer. They will gladly accept your donations for the silent auction in Waco. Right about a month from now or so. Don't forget, 2 weeks from now, we'll be racing in San Angelo. We'll be racing in San Angelo 2 weeks from now, the 25th and 26th, I believe, if my math is right. And then the next race will be in Waco. That'll be the duel on the Brazos. If you want to see the schedule, you can go check it out at sdbaracing.com, sdbaracing.com on the World Wide Web. I would also recommend, if you're one of those folks does the social media deal, you can follow us on Facebook at SDBA Southern Drag Boat Association. You'll get all kinds of notifications about upcoming events, any issues. They do racer profiles on the website and occasionally on Facebook. On the website, you can also see point standings, future races. All right, so we are going to run these guys as a pair. Our top alcohol hydros. Once again, reminder in the pits, if you already know that you're going to need to move into a different class, go ahead and come on down and fill out your declaration form. If you know you're going to be broke and you're not going to make competition tomorrow, go ahead and come down and fill out your form as well. By rule, you have 30 minutes after this last pass, but you can certainly get it done now. No harm, no foul. Come on down. Let's get that taken care of. That way we can get the pairing done. Do not come down and bug the ladies about the ladders. I believe they will send out a group text when the ladders are done, so you can get that information, and they will be posted on the back side of the truck. I think they're also going to be on the SDBA Slips app. All right, so here's how it's going to break down. In the locker, Sports Bar and Grill, left-hand lane, boat number 904, going to be Kent Price. Driving Black Dragon out of Porter, Texas. That boat's a Curtis Hydro, powered with a blown alcohol engine with 540 cubic inches. Sponsored by Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Haskell, and Jake for all their help. And in the winner's family beef right-hand lane, going to be boat number 881, Living the Dream, they call that machine. That's Travis Tuttle driving for Marty Logan because he's on vacation. They're racing out of Rio Vista, Texas. Marty Logan and Living the Dream currently holds the SDBA speed record in top alcohol hydro with a 209 mile an hour pass. Running with Scissors holds the ET record at a 424, excuse me. All right, starter says let's go yellow. We got 29 seconds. Top alcohol hydro, 200 mile an hour boats. Get those cameras ready. This will be one to keep for yourself. Watch those capsules. As soon as they go down, hit that record button. Did y'all feel that all the way down in your chest? There you go. That's the way to get it done. Kent Price in the left lane runs a 455 with a 7. 455 with a 7 for a 189 mile an hour pass with 97 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Travis Tuttle on the other side, 11 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, and ran a 446 and 0 for a 197 mile an hour pass. And there you go. All right. So unfortunately, Liquid Voodoo was not able to make the lanes. So we will not be running them today, but hopefully tomorrow everything looks good, and hopefully they should be able to put it on the water. They sound really positive. They're feeling like that's going to be a go thing for tomorrow. So if you came out here today, be sure and come back out tomorrow and watch the Top Fuel Hydros run. We just have one on the property. Liquid Voodoo's the only one here, but they will be on the water tomorrow. Racers, attention in the pits real quick. We will be doing our number one qualifier and best reaction time awards at the timing tower this time because of the band playing up on top of the hill. So that'll be right here at the timing tower in about 30 minutes. In about 30 minutes, we'll have our number one qualifiers and our reaction time awards. That'll be right here at the timing tower. For all the rest of you folks, thank you very much for coming out and hanging out, spending part of your day with us. Be sure and stick around for the bands tonight. They got a lot of music coming on and a good time to be had here at Lake Brady. So let's stick around for that. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., we will have chapel service. That'll be at the pavilion. Trinity Racing Ministries putting that on. Pastor Mike will have the duties handled. Want to thank our sponsors one more time before we shut this thing down for making it possible for us to be out here this weekend for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown. Want to thank The Locker Sports Bar and Grill, Winter's Family Beef, ZB Crown Construction, Bayou Bistro, Brady Communications, One Source Insurance, Moore's Ranch and Supply, Fred Nuncio Dozer and Fencing, Jimmy's Septic Service, Dodd Company Construction, and JK Awards. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Brady Crawfish and Drag Boat Throwdown at Lake Brady. Also want to thank Pat Kinsey Drywall. They're our reaction time sponsor all season. So the best reaction time will get some money based on that, thanks to Pat Kinsey Drywall, for today and tomorrow. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thank you very much for hanging out with us on this amazing Saturday. It started out cool. It ended up hot. We had some amazing water and some beautiful runs. And we're thankful that y'all stuck around and enjoyed the program with us. We'll be back on the water for eliminations tomorrow morning, I would assume sometime around 9 o'clock since church is at 8. And we would love to see all of your smiling faces back out here again. So if you can, stick around, come back out and enjoy the racing tomorrow. Thank y'all very much. Stick around, enjoy the festivities, and always please remember, don't drink and drive.